A very good morning to everybody. Delighted to see so many familiar faces here in the audience in front of me here this morning. It's been a while since we've been able to get together, but I'm so delighted that it's the occasion of our 40th anniversary, postponed from last year. And for those of you watching online as well, watching remotely, you're also really welcome. And don't worry, we're not going to forget about you in today's proceedings either. Before we start, just some small housekeeping items that I just want to bring to your attention. First of all, that there are toilets to my left and my right down the corridor, including accessible toilets. So you can make your way down there should you need to. The fire exits are located behind the lifts on either side of me as well. And we're delighted to let you know that should you have a question for a member of our panel regarding their discussion today, you can submit your questions using Slido, okay? So you simply scan the QR code that you'll see on the screen now by using your phone or use the code and submit your questions, okay? So you can point your camera, if you take out your camera or your phone and switch on the camera, and if you point it at that symbol there, that will pick up, that will bring you to Slido, and you can submit your questions. So that's how we're going to be doing things today. So that allows people in the room to participate in questions and people online as well. We'll be taking as many questions as we possibly can during the day, time permitting. But to start off today, can I ask you now maybe to switch your phones on to silent? And, you know, without further ado, I would like to give a warm welcome to our chairperson, Tim O'Sullivan, who is going to open the day's proceedings.
Thank you, Grania. So good morning, everybody. And firstly, may I extend a very warm welcome to everybody who's attending the event here at the Aviva Stadium today, and to those who are joining us virtually. We know how very lucky we are to be here today to celebrate this important and significant milestone in Arthritis Ireland's history. We were due to celebrate this anniversary in 2021, but due to COVID-19 pandemic, we decided to postpone the event until such time as we could celebrate it properly. Of course, one of the very few silver linings from the pandemic is that we are now much more familiar with how to operate in a virtual environment, and we are delighted to be able to host our first hybrid event. Whether you are joining us in person or virtually, I do hope that you find today's event interesting and informative. Looking back at the last decade, I want to acknowledge the many significant developments that Arthritis Ireland has made as a patient organisation and a health research charity. Our strategic plan, published in 2019, identified 6 strategic priorities to achieve our vision of a better world for people living with arthritis today and a world without arthritis tomorrow. This plan has been instrumental in providing us with a roadmap of key actions required to deliver the services and supports to achieve our mission to ensure that every person living with arthritis in Ireland is supported to live a full and active life and have access to appropriate health services and treatments. In the last decade, we have worked relentlessly as an organisation to deliver these services with the objective of achieving this mission. At Arthritis Ireland, we understand that arthritis is more than pain and stiffness. It can affect all aspects of people's lives, everything from family and relationships to day-to-day life. We recognise that the central role that empowering people to self-manage chronic conditions plays chronic conditions plays a helping them to be able to live well with their disease. Our self-management courses enable people to care better for themselves, both in terms of their physical health but also their mental health. Our courses, first introduced in 2006, have been undertaken by over 7,000 people. To date, we have played a very significant part in helping those on their journey learning to live with it and accept the limitations of pain that arthritis can cause. The organisation's helpline has assisted countless people over the years, providing information, support and understanding to those who have been impacted by arthritis. We know that arthritis affects people in every aspect of their lives, not just physically, but emotionally and mentally, and that is why our helpline is such an important service. The COVID-19 pandemic challenged every one of us, forcing us as an organisation to find new ways of working and delivering our services. The online delivery of our programmes has enabled us to reach new groups of people who previously were unable to access the community-based courses. The helpline is now supported by volunteers from around the country. It is wonderful to hear the stories of people who have benefited so much from the support and services of Arthritis Ireland and its networks, and I feel privileged to have met so many inspirational people on my journey with arthritis. A huge thank you must go to all those people, past and present, who have worked hard as branch committee members, volunteers, course leaders, fundraisers, and advocates over such a long time. We know that you have given generously of your time and efforts, and we are greatly appreciative. We would also like to acknowledge the staff at Arthritis Ireland who are ably led by Gráinne O'Leary for the work that they have put into organising today's event. We are very fortunate to have such a dedicated team. We are also forever indebted to our donors, whose support means that we can grow our team and offer additional services for many years to come, including our helpline, self-management courses, as well as funding much needed research. We would also like to acknowledge today's sponsors, who we are very appreciative of. Our sponsors are AbbVie, Biogen, Janssen, Novartis, Celltrion, and Pfizer. We also know that everyone's experience of arthritis is unique, but I do hope that you find today's interesting, beneficial, and rewarding, and that you find the time to make new connections. We know that there are many challenges ahead and that the road may be bumpy. But with the support of Arthritis Ireland community, we are well on our way to reaching our destination, to stop the pain and start the cure for those living with arthritis. So many thanks. I'll now hand you over to Gráinne O'Leary, who's our MC for today. Thank you.
Okay, back again. It gives me great pleasure to be here today as your Chief Executive. Arthritis Ireland has been home to me in my work for the last 18 years, so almost half of Arthritis Ireland's 40 years. And I'm, I suppose, hugely grateful for the opportunity to lead this amazing charity. I'm very passionate about the work that we do, about all of the amazing people, many of whom I see before me this morning, that are part of our great organisation. So what I'm going to do is take you through a little whistle-stop tour, if we will, for the next few minutes. And I suppose I have to start today's proceedings with putting up a picture of this amazing person, Professor Barry Bresnahan, and I can see people in the audience who maybe have worked with him as a colleague or who were a patient of his. And if it wasn't for Barry Bresnahan, there would be no Arthritis Ireland, because it was he, along with his peers, that established the charity as the Arthritis Foundation of Ireland, as it was then, back in May 1981. And at that first meeting, he outlined his vision for an organisation, that would dedicate itself to raising funds to invest in research and to develop the Irish rheumatology landscape. And I suppose, from those humble beginnings, first of all, we used to meet in the Board Fáilte office on Bagot Street, I believe. Arthritis Ireland has grown into a multifaceted organisation that has made a huge difference to the lives of thousands of people living with arthritis in Ireland. And that's really what we're all about today. We're about celebrating all of the many achievements of Arthritis Ireland over those 4 decades. So I've put up a little timeline here. When I was preparing for this, I said I'd have a little look back at some of the kind of key moments, and they're not an exclusive set of key moments, but I just wanted to talk to you about a few things. So I already mentioned that our beginnings were all the way back in 1981. We would have been celebrating last year had it not been for COVID, but we're delighted to be here today. Our first branches, our volunteer branches, the first ones were established in 1983. I believe it was Limerick that was our first branch of Arthritis Ireland. And, you know, our branches have always been about supporting people in local communities around the country. So we're very thankful that we have almost a 40-year history of a branch network and volunteers in Ireland. If we go up to the 90s then, we actually arrived at our present home in Clonwilliam Square, which is actually just a short walk away from where we are today in the Aviva Stadium, and we took on our first staff in the organisation. It was actually in 2004 that we became Arthritis Ireland. We undertook a kind of an extensive exercise, and a lot of charities were doing that at the time in terms of looking at their name and looking at what they stood for. And we became Arthritis Ireland in 2004. It was actually in 2006 that we first delivered our Living Well. We first started, I suppose, having had some delivery in the 90s, but it really the Living Well with Arthritis programme, our 6-week self-management programme, started back in 2006, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. 2008, we established our national helpline. And in 2011, you know, one of the huge achievements of Arthritis Ireland was the establishment of the chairs of rheumatology. And we had then the first appointments into those roles in 2013 and 2015. And we also then launched our new strategic plan in 2019. Okay, so there are just a few, I suppose, moments in Arthritis Ireland's history over the last 40 years. But I'm going to take you, you know, right up to now, because we could spend a lot of time talking about the past, but I think it's important to come right up to the present. You know, our motivation to support people with arthritis and to improve their quality of life, you know, has found really renewed expression in our new strategic plan as an organisation, and that really sets out the roadmap for how we are going to support people with arthritis over the coming years. It puts people living with arthritis at the very centre of everything that we do. And it's aptly captured in our vision, a better world for people living with arthritis today and a world without arthritis tomorrow. So ultimately, we are looking to the long term where arthritis is not something that people have to live with. We're ultimately moving, we are hopeful that in the future there will be a world without arthritis. It's an ambitious plan. That we have to operate in to achieve this, but we know that there'll be challenges along the way. There'll be things that we have to deal with. For example, who would have foreseen a few years ago that we'd be dealing with the global pandemic? So we don't always have sight of the challenges that we will face. And then we look at our mission, and really our mission as an organisation is to ensure that every person living with arthritis in Ireland is supported to live a full and active life, having access to appropriate health services and treatments. And we want to ensure that people have an enhanced quality of life, minimising, you know, the devastating effects that arthritis can have on lives. And many of you before me today are actively engaged in providing some of those supports and services to people living with arthritis throughout the country. So, I mentioned already the Living Well with Arthritis programme that we established in 2006. And I suppose when it comes to speaking about the services that Arthritis Ireland provides, there's no doubt that the jewel in the crown really is this programme. This internationally acclaimed evidence-based programme gives people the skills, the tools to help people manage their disease and take control of their lives. And I know from looking around the room here today, many of you have delivered the programs in your community, have been participants in the program. And if there's people online who are watching, and if you haven't already done this amazing course, do consider signing up. We'll have new courses happening in the new year, so please do consider joining up. But don't just take my word for it. Here is some feedback and some quotes from some of our course participants. And I actually think all of the people I have pictured here are actually in the room today, which is fantastic to see as well. So first of all, David. I see David out there. So David, a quote from David, who attended the program some years ago. You know, the key to me was the knowledge that I gained. Anne-Marie, it taught me that I was in control of my disease, not the other way around. And then Claire, my dear friend Claire, who's sitting in the front row here. The course reinforced in me the importance of a positive attitude and helped me to set goals and achieve them. So I'll move on now to another one of our stalwarts of our services in Arthritis Ireland, our national helpline, which was established in 2008. You know, it's a confidential service that provides people with support on a whole range of issues. And we are so extremely lucky in the organisation to have a dedicated team of volunteers working to provide this much needed support. I mean, in particular, this service really came into its own during the pandemic. And where we really had an increased number of calls and contacts to the helpline, and indeed our online groups as well. So I think, you know, every year we take almost 2,000 calls or 2,000 contacts to these services. And it's that lifeline sometimes that people need in order to have those questions, or even just to speak to somebody who has walked the walk or who understands. So in Arthritis Ireland, we have this phrase, movement is the best medicine, and I've always really liked it because we know that it's not always easy to think about or engage in exercise when you're experiencing pain and fatigue. But we do know that it's one of the most important things that a person can do to help manage their arthritis. But in order to make that a reality, you know, we have to, as an organisation, provide those programs and services to people to support them. So, for example, in 2015, we partnered with the Irish Society of Chartered Physiotherapists to develop and implement the Be Active with Arthritis programme, which is a 6-week physiotherapist-led programme. And that's been rolled out around the country since that time. During COVID, we had a successful delivery of that online as well. But we know too that people need a range of opportunities and options to get physically active. So our branch network and our volunteers have been very active throughout Ireland in providing a diverse range of options, from walking groups to aquarobics to yoga to chair exercise classes. So if people want to get physically active, there are options for people there. And I think one of the things that people always say to me, it's the opportunity to meet other individuals, other people who are living with arthritis. That shared experience is also really much part of that participation in a class. Of course, we must also recognise our need to continue to raise awareness and understanding of arthritis too. Despite the fact that the term arthritis is probably very well known, it's not that well understood. So every year we develop and deliver various campaigns to that end. So some of the work we would do would be in the area of disease awareness. It might be in relation to physical activity, mental health. For example, in the past few years, we have done some work on the raising awareness of biosimilars. And of course, we participate then and roll out our National Arthritis Week and World Arthritis Day events, which bring that really pertinent focus to all things arthritis. I started this morning by remembering Professor Barry Bresnahan, and one of his dreams was to establish chairs of rheumatology. And Arthritis Ireland raised over 2.5 million to achieve this goal. Unfortunately, he passed away before he saw this dream realised, but in 2013 and 2015, we saw the appointment of Professor Jerry Wilson and Professor Ursula Fearon, who are with us today. And we now have 2 world-class arthritis research centres in UCD and Trinity College. And we'll hear more about the important work of those centres later on today. And lastly, if people can see that, I just thought this would be useful to put up to kind of really demonstrate the breadth of activity within Arthritis Ireland. And this is always an interesting exercise that we undertake every year. And we look at, the numbers of people that we're serving in our community, the engagement and the reach that we have into our communities of people living with arthritis. We look at how many self-management and physical activity courses that we've delivered. We look at our contacts to our helpline and our online groups. And we look at our online engagement as well, which has obviously taken on growing importance in the last number of years. And also we acknowledge and we celebrate our volunteer community, for whom lots of these services wouldn't be delivered without their commitment at local level to delivering these services. So this is probably an opportune time to share with you just our impact over 2021, and we'll be shortly looking to 2022 to share an updated set of impact statistics with you as well. So that's my little whistle-stop tour of Arthritis Ireland and where we are up to this point. Thank you for listening. And we're now going to move on with the next part of this morning's proceedings. Thank you. We are going to move to our first panel discussion of the day now, which is entitled Evolution of Arthritis Treatments, the Model of Care for Rheumatology and What the Future Holds. And I'm delighted today to be joined by our 3 guest speakers. First of all, we have Professor Geraldine McCarthy, who's consultant rheumatologist at the Mater Hospital in Dublin. You're very welcome, Geraldine.
Thank you, Gráinne. It's a pleasure.
And next we have Professor David Kane, who's consultant rheumatologist and HSE clinical lead for rheumatology.
Thanks very much, Gráinne.
And then we have Peter Boyd, who is our services support officer in Arthritis Ireland and who also lives with rheumatoid arthritis. So you're very, very welcome, and thank you for taking the time to join us today. Geraldine, if I can start with you, can you tell me what an arthritis diagnosis looks like today? Versus 40 years ago. What medical advances mean to a person with arthritis, their prognosis today?
Incomparable to 40 years ago, say. Yeah. When I started my exposure to rheumatology, which is embarrassingly long ago, when people would be diagnosed with, say, rheumatoid arthritis, for example, really the drugs were very limited, and so you would take drug number 1 and increase the dose until you decided, not great. Same, drug number 2. So it was all down to rehab and joint replacements and all of that kind of thing. And also, concurrent with that, poor disease activity management, there was a then unappreciated increased risk of cardiovascular disease and stroke. So, when we're talking about rheumatoid, it is a systemic disease. Now, you've made the point about arthritis being many things. So I'm just using rheumatoid arthritis as an example because that's where drug discovery has been amazing. So in comparison to that, nowadays, if somebody comes to me with a diagnosis, I make the diagnosis of rheumatoid, what my plan for them is that the only reason they will know they have the disease is that they're taking medication. Now, obviously, that doesn't work as well for everybody, but the majority of people, we can really give them back a good quality of life and they can continue to work and so forth. So it is incredibly different. And another concurrent condition that I think has had amazing developments is osteoporosis, because an awful lot of our patients with rheumatoid would have been managed with steroids because, again, we were so limited in the drugs that we had. and then their bones would crumble. And if you had crumbling bones, nothing you could do about it. Whereas now, if you get osteoporosis, we could actually fix it. So, I mean, the landscape has changed utterly, I would say.
And can I just ask, given that you mentioned osteoporosis, because I think one of the areas, maybe when we talk about the significant advances that have been made in relation to maybe inflammatory arthritis, sometimes, you know, when we look at osteoarthritis, I mean, what would you have to say about developments in terms of osteoarthritis? Because it would appear that there have been less, I suppose, significant advances in relation to the treatment of that disease.
Sad to say, Grania, and I mean, osteoarthritis is the most common form of arthritis occurring in human beings, and it is getting worse because people are living longer. The obesity epidemic is really exacerbating it, and we'll, I'm sure, talk about that later in this discussion. So sad to say, we're still very limited in osteoarthritis. Now, I think there are things we can do. Obviously, the weight loss can make a huge difference in people who are overweight, of which the majority are these days, sad to say. But we can, there are various medications we can do to help pain. Physiotherapy is extremely important. Exercise is extremely important. So there are things we can do, and then when it comes down to it, joint replacements have advanced hugely. So it's not that we can't do anything, but I think we need an awful lot more drug discovery. And the problem with osteoarthritis is it's a little slower in developing, so rheumatoid can come on over a few days, literally, or a few weeks at least, whereas OA comes on much slower. So it's very hard for the drug companies to get a quick fix from their drugs when they're developing them. So from a business point of view, it's not very attractive. They did research these nerve, I can't remember exactly what they were called, but anyway, they targeted the pain of osteoarthritis by a nerve growth factor inhibition or something like that. And of course, that caused worse osteoarthritis. So attacking the pain by itself, it was a bust. So we were just back from the ACR, and really there aren't any huge developments. But I think with time we'll get there. But an awful lot more work needs to be done. But meanwhile, I think we have to target marketing to children of junk food. I mean, it's an enormous problem.
Okay, thank you. David, if I can move on with a question for yourself. So the overarching aim of the model of care for rheumatology is to facilitate a right person, right place, first time approach to treatment. Can you tell me about the care pathway developments for arthritis and the progress that's been made to date?
Yeah, I think Geraldine alluded to it in that the number of people who identify with arthritis is huge. I mean, we're talking about perhaps 1 million people identify as having arthritis. 400,000 people have osteoarthritis, the commonest disease, and smaller numbers, but quite significant numbers, have inflammatory arthritis, which Geraldine was talking about, where we've made the biggest breakthroughs. So why do we make the biggest breakthroughs in inflammatory arthritis? Because they were the most severe diseases. They hit you younger. 50% of people who would get inflammatory arthritis in the past would have been out of work within 5 years and disabled. And now, with the advances, the drugs that we have, we're able to maintain people in pretty normal lives if we can get them treated early. So right person, right place, right time means we need to get people with inflammatory arthritis into the system a little bit faster to get them on those drugs, because the drugs work best at an early stage. So we're trying to create fast track ways into rheumatology services for that. Unfortunately, as Geraldine said, a lot of other forms of arthritis, the treatments are more at a primary care level: physiotherapy, painkillers, and what you do, education. I mean, Arthritis Ireland is a fantastic organisation for educating people, because the worst thing about having a pain in your joint is not knowing what I should do. Should I get up? Should I move? Should I sit still? Should I rest? It's frustrating. It brings anxiety. It brings depression. It all adds to the problem. And you know, the education is paramount. And so meetings like this are great. But we want in the programme to, you know, develop more and more access to services in primary care for those treatments that are delivered in primary care. We all hope that, I mean, we've seen such breakthroughs at rheumatoid. Eventually that will happen with osteoarthritis, but it's not happening yet. But I mean, if you worked in rheumatology 50 years ago, it was frustrating to be in an ankylosing spondylitis clinic and just push another prescription for an anti-inflammatory across the desk to somebody who wasn't really getting relief from it. Now you have drugs that effectively cure that disease. And I think you wouldn't have believed it would happen 50 years ago. So I think these things will come with osteoarthritis in ways probably that we haven't worked out yet, to be honest. We're still trying to develop drugs for osteoarthritis in the way we develop drugs for rheumatoid, and it hasn't really worked yet. So the model wants to, number one, increase the number of specialists. So we worked with the National Doctors in Training Programme, who agreed that we need to double the number of rheumatologists. We're about 30% of the way there since I started working with the programme, so we have more work to do. But not everybody needs to see a specialist, so we also need to get people better access to community services such as physiotherapy, obesity programs, education. And most of the drugs for the more common forms, such as osteoarthritis, are delivered through primary care. So that's the way the program wants to work, is get you faster to the treatment you need by making sure we're not all queuing to see a rheumatologist, but perhaps get in quicker to the person who can give you help with your problem.
Okay. Peter, perhaps I can come to you next. You were diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, when you were 27 years of age. Can you tell me about the improvements in treatments that you have benefited from as a patient, and the impact that this has had on your day-to-day life?
I think it's important to notice that the huge impact. Tim mentioned it earlier on, that it impacts on every aspect of your life. David mentioned that 50% out of work within 5 years of being diagnosed. I was one of those people. I was diagnosed. I didn't know what to do. I was afraid of moving or not moving. I was unknown to me what I could do, what I couldn't do, what my management was going to be, how I was going to cope, all the anxiety, stress, depression, and everything else that came with it. And that was at the very beginning. I left my work, I left jobs, I left relationships and everything else like that went with it. And then the change happened when the medications came in that could actually work and be beneficial. And now the medications are working, and all the things that I didn't think I could have at that point when I was diagnosed, like a job, like a family, like I'm even back playing five-a-side football. It's to that point. And I know that's not the experience for everybody, and I know that's not going to be everybody's story, that they're not able to do that. But I've got to the point where I take my medication, and that's what I'm able to do, and I'm able to carry on with my life. And it's as Geraldine said, that I know I have arthritis because I take my medication. I do have my flare-ups. I do have the moments where I have to take it easy and I have to slow down for a while. I had one about a month or 6 weeks ago, excuse me, and everyone in the office knew about it because my hands were swollen. I was a bit more lethargic. I struggled a bit for a time, but I was able to, in normal, regular life, I was able to do those things and really get enjoyment and satisfaction. Whereas at the beginning, when I was diagnosed, I saw no future for myself. And it's not too heavy to say that without a combination of Arthritis Ireland and the services and the right medication at the right time for myself, I wouldn't be here. And that's how important the right medication at the right time is for people. It's that critical.
And can we share with people listening that Peter became a dad for the second time in the last 2 weeks, so he's
yeah.
So I think just to that about your just about that, that positive that your life is in a good place at the moment.
When I was diagnosed at 27, I saw no value in my life. I presumed that all that was ahead of me was joint replacement surgery, going into a wheelchair, not having any future whatsoever, being a burden on any potential partner or any potential relationship in the future. I actually broke up with the girlfriend I was seeing at the time because I didn't see any point in burdening her with my arthritis. And it took a long time to get back to confidence and to realize what I could do. And, I couldn't be in a better place than I am right now. And that's, as I say, it's down to the medication, but it's down to hard work as well and services, that we offer.
A combination
of everything.
Yeah.
And it's combination therapy, it's medication, but it's also services and supports.
Thank you for sharing that with us. I appreciate that. So moving on, Geraldine, in recent years, we've seen a further development in the treatments for arthritis, in the introduction of biosimilars. Can you tell me a little bit about you know, the affordability and, you know, the economies of scale of these biosimilars, you know, in terms of the positive impact they've had on rheumatology services for people?
Well, I'm no economist, and I'm not a pharmaco-economist, so I can't tell you the exact numbers, and I'm not sure we even, as doctors, get informed about that, but there's no doubt about it that the development of biosimilars has made the use of these drugs much more affordable to the government and to the exchequer. I know that in the UK, if as a rheumatologist you want to prescribe a biologic for somebody, prior to this at least, and I think it still is the case prior to the biosimilars, you have to get 2 different people to agree, and then you have to go signing form. Anyway, it's a production. We've been very lucky in Ireland heretofore that if in our clinical opinion somebody needs a biologic drug, we can prescribe it. But I was really concerned that we tend to follow the NHS a bit in Ireland, and I was afraid that we were going to get to the point where we'd have to do all those form fillings and stuff to prescribe these drugs for our patients. So I think the arrival of the biosimilars has put that fear out of my head, at least. So it's just made a management of inflammatory arthritis less burdensome from a financial point of view. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. I mean, there's some conditions that the biosimilar, even though well, no 2 biosimilars are identical, as are no 2 biooriginators. And we have found anecdotally the occasional patient who will feel they're not doing as well on their biosimilar as their biooriginator, but that would be the absolute minority. Most people do absolutely fine.
And David, from your point of view, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we sometimes forget that another big advancement in rheumatology was we learned to use the drugs we already had, like methotrexate, better. We sometimes forget that. It's still a good drug. And we do, you know, I don't want to give everyone the impression that, you know, it has to be a biologic or nothing. I mean, many patients will manage very well on the existing drugs, which are now used in a much better way, I think, and we see a lot less side effects with them. The biologics, big game changer in inflammatory arthritis, but only inflammatory. They don't work for osteoarthritis. They don't work for fibromyalgia. They don't work for gout. You know, that's not where they work. So a lot of people come in looking for them because they've read about them on the internet. And they made such a huge change to, we heard it so eloquently from Peter, they make such a huge change to people's lives. The biosimilars are exactly the same. They are, you know, there's been a lot of confusion about, you know, the technology of it. But if we look at Geraldine and I were both at the same conference recently, and they presented huge amounts of data on switching that went on internationally. Countries like Denmark, they just switched everybody. You turned up to get your prescription and you didn't have a choice. The switch had been made for you. And they really saw very, very tiny numbers of people saying that they felt worse on the new drug. In Ireland, we've tried to engage with our patients, educate them, get them to feel comfortable making the switch. And if people do flare, we can switch them back. But I really would encourage anyone who is on an originator and who hasn't been on a biosimilar to make that trial of a switch, because it's a huge economic saving, and there's a finite amount of money we have to spend on health. We spend about 1.2, 1.3 billion a year on high-tech medicines, and there's lots more coming for people who need other drugs. But we can't afford them if we waste money on, you know, drug A that costs twice as much as drug B, but they do the same thing. And they really do the same thing. So I'd really say that's the message we need to get out, is that if you haven't made the switch, to try the switch. And we do have the ability to switch you back if it really isn't the one for you. But in our practice in Tala University Hospital, we found it was less than 1% of people approached us about making a switch back. And most of them, it was a bit more of a subjective. They just didn't feel the injection device, or it wasn't right for them. But we didn't see many patients having an actual flare, to be honest. And then again, you don't know if they're having the flare. Would that have happened anyway, whichever drug they were on?
Yeah.
You know, so definitely it's been the big change.
Okay. And David, another question for yourself.
Okay.
So in terms of, you know, the medical advances that have been made in recent times and the management of rheumatic diseases, you know, are we providing services to all those who would benefit from it, and, you know, and particularly in relation to, I suppose, early diagnosis and treatment?
Well, you know the answer is we're not because of capacity. That's why we want to double the number of rheumatologists, and we want to create fast-track pathways in to get people with inflammatory arthritis in. But we also were using the National Musculoskeletal Physiotherapy Triage Program so that we can maybe get patients who have non-inflammatory disease seen by a very skilled physiotherapist and diagnosed with osteoarthritis or fibromyalgia, educated and started on treatment much more quickly than if they waited to see an orthopedic surgeon, which would be inappropriate in both those cases where they don't need surgery, or a rheumatologist where perhaps all we're doing is the same as the physiotherapist. Now we do have, I mean, ultimately one day, and I really hope this will happen, because as we all get older, we hope there's going to be better fixes for osteoarthritis. But one day there will be better treatments for osteoarthritis, and maybe then we'll be seeing a lot more patients as rheumatologists. But at the moment, the important bit is increasing access to a specialist to tell you what's going on and how to treat it. I mean, it's terrible to see people who've been waiting a long, long time, getting ingrained in very difficult ways in their life, you know. And I bet when you came first, you were kind of resistant to some of the information in a way, because you kind of had to work it all out for yourself.
Exactly.
And you were getting frustrated, and you didn't want this smart ass telling you, you know, do this, do that. You were kind of, you've developed your own coping strategy. But if we can get you earlier, it's much easier to work with you to change the
like
pattern.
take a seat down there, and you can just answer my questions.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
you're
the
right.
Tough,
You're so
it's
right.
the tough thing about it
Yeah.
is it's so easy when you get people at an early stage
Yeah.
to fix problems, and sometimes when you get at a late stage, you're just as frustrated as the patient. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, a follow-on question from that really is, like, look, we know in Ireland, you know, we have an aging population. You know, we know that we're on trend to have, our population is aging. And, you know, given what we already spoke about, you know, the increasing likelihood then of developing arthritis with age and with the other kind of lifestyle factors that we've talked about, you know, how is our health system, you know, is it prepared for this, or how can we gear it up to deal with this?
We don't need to increase specialist capacity for getting people to exercise. We don't need to increase specialist capacity for trying to get people to eat well, and to change things. As you know, we've had attempts such as the sugar tax, controversial it was, but to change the ways that we're developing obesity, which is a big problem for knee osteoarthritis, is the commonest form of osteoarthritis, and obesity is a big determinant of knee osteoarthritis. So aging, obesity, you know, we can't deal with aging, but keeping people active and healthy is going to maintain muscle strength and joint flexibility. But yeah, we don't have treatments to stop time yet. But I think the main thing is we should be educating that population health is going to be critical. We have a national program for obesity led by Donal O'Shea, doing amazing work trying to roll out community programs to help those who unfortunately have become morbidly obese. We've got to get the message out about exercise. All our national sports organisations, FAI, RFU, GAA, have got injury management programs now, so that you don't get people to over-exercise on an injured joint. You give it time to recover, because that can lead to arthritis later in life. So we've made huge strides, but a lot of it's going to be at community and primary care level.
Because isn't it sometimes people may know that they are overweight or that they're not eating properly, but it's making that shift to, you know, they're changing their behaviour around physical activity or eating well.
And knowing that it's safe to exercise as well. You know, that people often fear, particularly osteoarthritis. One of the biggest misconceptions with osteoarthritis is the way, or not misconceptions, but poor communications, is the way we focus on the idea of wear and tear. And so people say, oh, I better not use that joint. But actually, if you exercise on an osteoarthritic joint, I'm talking about light, regular exercise, not heavy, intense bursts of exercise. It keeps the muscle strength, which supports the joint, particularly for the knee. Quadriceps exercises are critical. It keeps the flexibility, and it eases pain. And it keeps your weight down too. So, I mean, it is important to get those kind of messages across.
Okay. Peter, back to you. As somebody living with rheumatoid arthritis, have you experienced the first-hand, you know, impact of, you know, the strain in our health services, and how has that impacted your health and well-being?
Immensely. It has done. There's a couple of difficult stories of like that, trying to get appointments. You might not see the same person, so you're having to repeat your story. And for somebody like myself, I'm 12 years now, and going back to the very beginning to start your story and repeat everything that's gone on. Somebody who's living with it for 20, 25 years, what do you say to somebody who's completely fresh to your case? But then also just trying to get appointments. If you're relatively well managed, and you might be pushed out a bit longer because there's so many other people needing to be seen, then you have a flare and you can't get back in. There's so many other things. Then also trying to get to see a physiotherapist or the primary care, because they're so stretched as well. I know that physio or exercise is so important, but trying to get that appointment so that you're doing it correctly, getting to see the physiotherapist so they can show you the exercises and do it right. All of these things are important, and it makes it very difficult. There's also the difficulty then what we've had with the pandemic of remote calls and doing things if you don't see the person in front of you. For what's funny now, but we're talking about obesity. When I was doing a call over the phone, my height and weight was miscalculated, and I was told that I might need a gastric band. Because my BMI was I was morbidly obese, because it was misread on the scale when it was done. And I got off the phone and cried to my wife. I'm not morbidly obese, but because it was a rheumatologist that was saying it to me, and I was so caught up in the emotion of the phone call, I just was overwhelmed and said, oh, well, this must be true. And this must be something that I need to do, because I was a bit heavier than I am now. I'm trying now to get the weight back down because I know it's important. But that was how invested I was in the phone call, and I had to wait about 15 minutes for the phone call to come back to go, hold on. I've miscalculated. You are overweight, but you're not in that state, and that's funny in one sense, but it shows how anxious and upset that we can be as patients. That I knew something about myself, I was told something else, and it totally threw me back into that nervous, anxious, depressed person that I was way back at the beginning when I was diagnosed, and it overwhelmed me and it just threw me completely. And that's what we have to be so careful about with the strain, because we're talking about people who are there under pressure. The guys here who are seeing so many patients on a daily basis, they're under strain and under pressure as well, not just getting appointments, but when they're in the clinic. So, mistakes like that, miscalculations are something. So we as patients need to be aware of that as well, that it's a team, it's a working together so that we can get ourselves better. Not it's, as you said earlier, the person talking down to you and explaining, this is what you have to do, this is what you can't do, and you're just totally swamped with information. So there's so many areas that the strain of the medical world can put on you that it's difficult to navigate, and that's where we need our support, we need our helpline, we need people to come and talk to us, we need to go out there and get the people as they're diagnosed, so they're referred to us so that we can talk to them and talk them through those initial stages.
And I have to say, just listening to that, I mean, clinics are such a short time. You have really small tight small objectives, and what I get in terms of the overall education is I get such good feedback from patients who do your self-management course. The Arthritis Ireland self-management course gives you much more space to kind of take on board all of this, because in 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, you're trying to throw so much information at somebody that, and hope some of it sticks. It's just not a very effective communication when we're stuck with so little time because so many patients in the system. So I would put a big plug in for your self-management course.
Thank you for that. And on that topic of kind of lifestyle modifications, Geraldine, we've talked about, exercise, physical activity, healthy eating, weight management, and we know that they are hugely important. Does patient involvement and self-management play, a role in the management of arthritis in order to improve outcomes for patients?
Does it play a role? I'd say it's absolutely essential. And I think it's really important from the get-go that we communicate that to the patient and make them have ownership of what's happening in their lives. And obviously, for prescribing medication, there's the whole education piece around that. And this is where our nurses are very important, actually. When I prescribe a drug, then the next step is they go talk to our nurses who tell them all the information they need about the drug, give them written information about the drug, and organise blood tests and all of that. So right there, you've got the self-efficacy about either taking a medication or not, because actually there is a proportion of patients that aren't adherent to the medication, either fear or not liking medication, or the neighbour said this is dangerous, or whatever. So there's all of that. But then you've got the lifestyle part, the exercise and the weight. And I suppose I hate going on about it, but the number of people that come into me with widespread pain, actually, that is driven by the fact that they've put on 3 stone in the last 5 years, type of thing. And actually, when you bring it up and talk about it and show the data, people are remarkably accepting of it and kind of, I was thinking that myself. And you give them specific advice on what to do. For example, the one I send people to is Slimming World. I have no shares in Slimming World, but at least it's a specific thing that people can do. And I've been very pleased, actually, at the reaction of many of my patients. I had a gentleman in recently who his BMI was 48. Like, that's really very, very high. And so he came back to me 3 months later, and he said, I've been doing well on the weight. And he had lost like 10 kilograms or something. And I said, wow, that is amazing. And he said, well, you put the wind up me. Now, I didn't mean to do that, but he wasn't angry with me. He was he was like...
He was probably thankful.
So I think it's up to us as clinicians as well, because it's happening imperceptibly. It's scary. If you look down any street, how many fast food stores do you see, or restaurants, and they're making money, and more of them are coming. Who's buying that stuff? So we're all being hoodwinked, I think, into buying those things. And could I just mention gout? Would you mind if I mention gout? Because we don't have gout is something that is a very serious inflammatory arthritis that there's a bit of a stigma about, and people are under the impression that if you have gout or think you've gout, it means that you're you live badly, you drink too much, you're a kind of a bad person overall. And patients have told me this, and in fact there's a huge genetic predisposition to gout, and it's being very badly managed worldwide because either patients aren't coming to the attention of clinicians, the management of it is very poorly understood. It is associated with what we call the metabolic syndrome, so you've got hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and all of that stuff. So I just want to make a shout out for gout. I'm sure hardly anybody in this room is even at risk of it, but if there are people online or could pass it on, if anybody thinks they have gout, please do something about it, because it is associated with premature cardiovascular disease and strokes.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think just back to your comment there about weight management, I think one of the statistics we sometimes quote is, and I hope I have this right, is for every pound of extra weight that you're carrying, it's equivalent to 4 pounds of pressure through your knee joints. I think I have that right. So in terms of your knee, the load on your knees, even small changes in weight can have a huge impact.
Yep, a few kilograms. And actually, that gentleman I referred to, he already felt benefit in his knees.
Sometimes if people have a lot of weight to lose, it can be hard to get started, because you say, well, it's actually, I have such a mountain to climb here that, will I start at all? But actually, I think the message is even small changes. Start small and gradual.
Start small, exactly.
Peter, you were speaking there about referrals to the helpline and that, so I'm just going to ask you a question around that. How important do you believe that referrals to Arthritis Ireland are, and how has the relatively new clinic referral program made an impact, and it made an impact in terms of providing people, with access to services, such as our self-management programs, when they most need it. You might speak to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the clinic referral program is I think is a massive opportunity and a huge benefit to people. So this is a way for people who are going to their clinic to be directly referred into Arthritis Ireland, to get a call from us as an organisation, from our helpline staff. And it just makes that difference of, we were talking about the initial appointment where people are bombarded with information and they're given lots of things. They might be handed a leaflet and they might be handed the phone number of Arthritis Ireland. But I can guarantee most people, when they do that, they get the phone number, it goes in the handbag or in the pocket, and it's forgotten about and what have you. What we do with the clinic referral program is, instead of it being the onus being on the patient to have to make the phone call, the clinicians or the nurses, we talked about the nurses outside, the physiotherapists, whoever it is that is seeing that patient in the clinic, makes the referral directly into Arthritis Ireland. So while the patient is sitting there in front of them, they talk to them, they ask for their permission to pass on their name and their phone number into Arthritis Ireland directly, and then it's on us to make the phone call back to them. And then we get in touch with them directly within a few days, give them a bit of time to come to terms with it, and then we have the opportunity then to offer them the full suite of services within Arthritis Ireland. So then they're getting the reliable information from ourselves, they're getting all the knowledge that they need, but they're also getting the support at the right time. So the right place, the right time, the right person. So they're getting it all there and then from people who know exactly what they're going through. They've been diagnosed themselves at some point, so they know what that person is feeling. And then once they've had that initial conversation, they can offer them all of the self-management courses, so the living well with arthritis. If there's someone that is interested in activity and exercise, they can be plugged into the Be Active with Arthritis courses. If there's someone that's a bit further along in their journey, maybe they've already done the living well course, but they're just having a tough time at this point, and they're having a flare, and they're beginning to wonder what they can do. They might be able to do the mental health course, the Behind the Pain course, so that they can be plugged into all the different services that we have to offer by having the referral coming directly into Arthritis Ireland. And it takes all the pressure off the patient having to do it, and it means that we are the ones that are going out to there, and we're at the right time, whether it's the newly diagnosed or someone who's been living with it for 20 years and they're just having a tough time at this stage and they need some support. And then it also takes the pressure off the clinicians and the nursing staff who are dealing with medical queries. What's my medication? How often should I take it? How do I take it? They often don't have time to talk about what do I do with my family, and how do I talk to them about it? How do I explain to them that I have arthritis? Whereas we do within the office, within Arthritis Ireland, we have the time to go into those day-to-day lifestyle issues. So that's where it's hugely beneficial. And I really feel it's going to be a huge game changer, if that's not an overused term at the moment, that it's going to really change things for both the clinics and for people that are living with arthritis, to be offered everything when they need it at the point of contact that they have.
Yeah,
Thank you, Peter. You've explained it really well there. So you might be flooded now next week with.
I hope so. I hope so, because
could be very busy.
Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah.
Can I feed back? How much support that gives us as clinicians. I mean, what people often forget is that most departments are really small, and they think that somebody could pick up the phone and answer a lot of these queries quickly. But your nurse might be in a clinic the whole morning seeing patients, and they can't get to the simple messages quickly. And the ability for patients to contact the helpline and get simple advice, when something might be straightforward but it's stressing them, really helps us, because we can't in hospital provide rapid access helplines ourselves. It's very difficult.
Yeah. Okay. Right, so we're actually going to move to the question Q&A part of the session now. And I see we have our first question in there. So the question is, do we need to educate people more to recognise the symptoms of arthritis and get them earlier treatment to ensure better outcomes for patients?
Can I answer
Geraldine, would you like to take it?
I think people are pretty good at knowing when there's something wrong, actually.
Yeah.
I think we need better education of doctors in medical school. Rheumatology isn't a core subject, so a lot of people don't get much rheumatology training. And then, so when somebody goes to a GP, for example, they may or may not recognise I don't, like some of them will, but some of them mightn't. Or they might misdiagnose somebody and send them into us when they didn't really need to. And it's not their fault, it's just that it's not an important enough topic. And then in terms of people specialising in rheumatology, because they're not getting exposed in medical school or indeed as trainees, I don't think we've enough people appreciating that it's one of medicine's best kept secrets, actually. It's a wonderful specialty, it's really interesting. So I think we need to educate. I think the patients are pretty good, it's all the other people are the problem. That's my personal view now. Maybe, David, you might look at it differently.
Our audience agrees.
Yeah.
So do you think that the delays, let me see, I can't see that there now. Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming.
For patients in terms of their treatment.
It's coming on, isn't
So
it?
do you think that the delays in the health system are having an impact on outcomes for patients in terms of their treatment?
Okay.
David, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, just to follow on, it's kind of interesting, the comment you made about being in clinic, and we're trying to get junior doctors into clinic to get them interested in our specialty and train them. And unfortunately, they're the people who ask you to tell your story again for the 14th time. And I was that doctor once who asked you to tell your story, for the 20th time. And that's how I learned, I got interested in rheumatology. So just to kind of bring that back that we really want to get GP trainees into our clinics big time, because they really are going to deliver so much of this care for osteoarthritis. So the delays issue, I mean, I don't want to say that there aren't delays, there are delays, but we do tend to always look at the negative side of everything we do in health. As we've tried to say is, once you get in, the treatments are good, and we can do a lot with treatments. We are trying to reduce the delays into rheumatologists. We've got a backlog from the pandemic. As general physicians, rheumatologists were busy during the pandemic, clinics were shut. We had to resort to telephone consultations, which we didn't find as good as we'd like either. And there's a backlog now in the system that we're trying to work through. And so there are long waits again. And so that's why we're trying to create fast-track pathways for inflammatory disease. And we're working with the back pain pathway as well nationally. So fast-track for people who might need surgery urgently, fast-track for people who might need a biologic urgently, and try and manage lots of straightforward back pain with what works, which is physiotherapy and analgesia. So we are trying, but yes, they impact on outcomes. If you don't get people in at the right time with certain conditions, you get a worse outcome. But we are getting a lot of people into the system, and we are treating a lot of people, and we are getting way better outcomes than I thought I'd ever see.
And we triage people.
Yeah.
If a GP contacts me and says somebody is on fire and very sick and everything, we'll see them that same week. So it's not that bad.
Yeah.
But sometimes pain, it's difficult, isn't it? Because sometimes the person in pain may not have an inflammation, but they may have a lot of stress, anxiety, lots of things going on. And it's trying to sift out what we can make a difference with and what maybe the GP can make a difference with is tricky. And that can
Actually,
be
our next question is about severe pain. So, what can people do if they have severe arthritis and are managing severe pain and don't feel like they can make lifestyle and dietary changes?
Do you want to answer that?
I think that's been handed over to Peter.
Speaking as an expert.
It's your turn.
Yeah, it's my turn. Yeah. I will say this. There was a time when I didn't feel I could make any lifestyle or dietary changes. I felt I had a good diet and I was managing well. And I do think there is always something. There is always something that you can do. And I didn't say it earlier on, but I think it's important to note, when we were talking about obesity and that, there are people that, who are on steroids and feel that it isn't their fault, and there's a lot of difficulty with getting that activity and movement, for people who feel that it's not through their doing that they may be feeling overweight or obese and things like that. And that can be for various reasons. And then how do they get the motivation then to change? Because it's not necessarily through their overeating or lack of activity that they're feeling that way. If they've been on steroids for a long time and they get the old munchies at 3 o'clock in the morning and you're eating porridge like I used to do, and putting on the weight. So it is that, but there's always something that you can do, I feel, whether it's a change to home cooking when you're feeling good and freezing those so that you have a good dinner in the freezer that you can take out on the days that your hands aren't great or that you're feeling really tired, so that you're not going to the takeaways that are everywhere. If it's walking up the stairs rather than taking a lift, if you have that option, they're just small, but as we've said, small little changes built and built and built and built will make a difference. So while whoever asked the question may feel that they can't do anything, if you start very, very small, it will grow. And, as I say, I believe that I couldn't, I played bad golf and played football very well when I was diagnosed. I'm back doing both of those things, but I didn't go back to doing both of those things overnight. I started with walking to the edge of the driveway and to the gate and coming back. Then I walked a little bit further. Then I walked a little bit further. It was literally that, as you said, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? It really was slowly, step by step, and it's the same. You didn't put on the weight overnight. It doesn't go away overnight. You can't get a quick fix, so you do have to put the work in.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's actually...
Beautifully said.
Yeah.
Yes.
Peter.
So a related question in relation to kind of, I suppose, healthy eating. What does the panel think about prescribing obesity control drugs for weight loss?
Well, they're going to be a big improvement, but they have to be part of, you can't skip past the lifestyle changes. I mean, if you don't make the dietary change, these drugs aren't going to work as well as you'd like if you don't make the exercise change. And just as Peter said, I think we're a great race for New Year's resolutions that don't work. We set sometimes too big a target, but it's the small steps, small eating changes, small exercise changes, small targets on your watch, and give yourself credit for the small things as well, rather than always being so negative and saying, I didn't achieve this big goal.
Yeah.
And then you'll get to the big goal.
Yeah.
Those drugs, Ozempic, semaglutide, they're available now. They're going to be very useful in dealing with obesity, but only as part of the overall package.
Yeah, I think that's very important what you said about the New Year's resolutions. Obviously, we're at that time of year when people might be thinking about it as well. And it's one of the central things that people learn on our Living Well with Arthritis self-management program is all about, setting a goal. And lots of us, set goals in the new year, but we actually don't think about how to achieve those goals. So, I think, Peter, you highlighted it there about, setting a goal, maybe to be physically active or to lose weight, but you actually have to think about, well, how am I going to achieve that? And it is about the action and the plan to achieve that goal, rather than just saying, I want to achieve that goal, and not having a plan as to how you're going to get there.
And also to reward yourself or to congratulate yourself at each step of the journey. I've said this before at other talks. When I was at my worst, I had a little note beside the coffee mugs, and it just said, well done on getting out of bed today.
Great.
It started my day with a positive, because I was struggling and I needed that bit of boost. Reward yourself and congratulate yourself for each little achievement.
Yeah.
And Peter, can I ask you, I kind of have a feeling that if a person would have a coach in their life, that it might be helpful. Another person that I've often had people come into me, and we've had the weight conversation, for example, and they said, well, actually, my wife is talking about that too, so we're going to do it together.
Yeah.
Do you see a role for that in all sorts of arthritis, or just somebody working with you to help you?
It's always important to bring somebody with you, whether that's into your appointments so that they can hear what you don't, or it's to bring them along with you on your journey. Having someone with you there is huge, and doing it for somebody is also. I found myself, it might not necessarily be doing it for myself. As I say, back in the day, when I was really struggling, I had two little nieces at the time, and I was doing it for them. That was my goal, to be there for them. Now I've got my own family, and it's all for them. That's what I do it for. And to make sure that nobody or gets into the same position I was when I was diagnosed. That's it.
And I think on that hugely positive note, we're going to finish our discussion. I'd like to thank Geraldine, David and Peter for being here today. I think it's been a really, really interesting discussion. And I hope everybody's enjoyed it here in the audience and watching online as well. So thank you all very, very much.
Thanks.
Very much. Thanks, Peter.
Go this way.
So we're going to move on to our next part of this morning's proceedings, and it's just my great pleasure to welcome our next guest, Claire Knievy, to the stage. I've known Claire since I started in Arthritis Ireland, and we've worked together a lot over the years, particularly in relation to our self-management programme, and I'm delighted to call her a friend that I have made through my Arthritis Ireland work. Claire has lived with rheumatoid arthritis for 40 years, so I think as it is our 40th anniversary that we're celebrating, I couldn't think of a better person to come and share their personal journey with you today. So it's a huge warm welcome to Claire. Thank you, Claire.
Can you put the clock on the stage for me, please? Thank you very much, Grania, for that warm introduction. It's really my pleasure to be here. I couldn't think of a nicer group of people because I've made so many friends through the years, okay? So I just want to warn you that Simon has told me there's a trapdoor underneath the stage, but I've already checked underneath the pelmet and I know there's no trapdoor, so I may have to be wrestled off by you guys. So Arthritis Ireland boast that they have patients involved. There's nothing about us without us. So it's been my pleasure to wrestle my way in there and to be involved like the rest of you. So my history started way back 40 years ago. So just to give you the family health history, because you know the way we are always asked, you know, so any history of arthritis in your family. So that's a picture of my parents on wedding day in the early 50s. And the history is on my father's side. So I had 5 brothers, one has since passed away, but 7 in family altogether, 1 sister and 5 brothers. So I survived living, growing up with 5 brothers and boarding school, so it really equipped me very well for the battle with rheumatoid arthritis. So my diagnosis of rheumatoid arthritis came as a very unwelcome piece of news, you know, because I was just 4 years working as a home economics teacher, a career that I really wanted to get into. I was so happy being in college that I used to climb 2 steps of the stairs to get to whatever class or whatever I went to. So I was on maternity leave and I had a 4-week-old baby when I had the very first symptoms of it. And luckily for me, I had a very good GP who recognized the signs and the symptoms. And he already started telling me that the medication I was more than likely going to be put on was gold medication, but that it's way more refined than it was when he was training. When he was training, he said patients' skin used to start peeling off. But he was giving me good news, and he said there's been lots of research recently, he said. So that's the kind of message I went away with. And when my son was only 10 weeks old, I was admitted to hospital and told, quite frankly, because your myriad of symptoms are both sides of the body, I'd lost weight and I was extremely fatigued. He said, obviously, it's rheumatoid arthritis. So what I did as a natural optimist at that time, in that bed, after getting the diagnosis and before even my visitors come in, I would have visualized a time in the future because my GP had already sown those seeds in my mind and I felt I'd cling on to that. So, but I also envisaged that if I couldn't continue working in my job, because my job was of a very practical nature, I was a home economics teacher, so I was used to managing classes of 24 students maybe, all doing practical work in the classroom, all maybe cutting out things fabrics on the ground, and I would be down there with them and everything else. So I thought, if I can't continue doing that, I'd like to do something for a patient organisation. Little did I know, Arthritis Ireland was only 3 months old at that stage. So I was diagnosed in the August of 1981. And so that visualization really helped me in the initial stages, and it kept me going for the first 10 years. So what did I do? I did what most of us do when we get a diagnosis of arthritis. I tried to cover up the amount of pain I was in. I tried to keep up with everybody else, and I looked for a cure. And so, like the rest of you, you're all told to go here, there, and everywhere and try this, that, and the other. And so my GP obviously was a key person, but I still tried the cures and so on. When my family and friends came to visit, I had these little cartoons, by the way, drawn up many years ago. But when my friends came to visit, I'm the lady standing beside them, all sitting on the couch, because I would probably have made a meal for them. So I was trying to keep up and prove to myself that I was just as good as I had been, okay? And looking for a cure, of course I was, but I'd heard about Arthritis Ireland and seen a leaflet in the rheumatologist office, so I clung to every word in the leaflets, in the booklets, about the symptoms of rheumatoid arthritis, and I said, oh yeah, this is it, okay? So I'm going to talk about each decade because there's a kind of a theme to each one. And in that first decade, even though I was an interfering, I was an optimist, for me the rheumatoid arthritis was like an interfering front seat passenger in a car. Very unwelcome, when you're learning to drive and everything else, and you've this person commenting on you, knocking away at your confidence and everything else. So I had this little cartoon image drawn up. So it's like, here I am, the clouds start to get more gloomy and everything else, and this interfering diagnosis was there sitting in the front wheel with me. But I had to keep going because initially I was actually breastfeeding that baby. I had to wean him overnight to start on steroids. My mother helped me. She had been a children's nurse and a midwife, helped me wean him overnight. And, she was in great pain looking at me because she knew the amount of pain I was in. She said they used to nurse the children at the time in blankets. And this was in England, so they used to nurse the children with arthritis in blankets, and I knew it was causing her intense pain and the rest of my family as well. So I covered up even more. And so in the 80s, we didn't have anything like the wonderful equipment that all the mummies have now. We had prams, and I used to literally lift the pram off the big wheels and pop it into the back of the car. Needless to add, there was no safety belt or anything like that. The pram was in the back of the car when you were going to visit family and everything else. So there was no fancy buggies. They were all very difficult. But I kept on doing that, okay? And then there was lots of catastrophizing going on around me. So sorry that I'm a little bit short-sighted, so I have to turn to here. So everybody said to me, oh, you're too young to have arthritis. That piled on the guilt even more. So the guilt that I had was like a layer, like the biscuit cake that we're going to get later on, just to whet your appetite. The icing on the top was the optimism, and underneath that there was a myriad of feelings, emotions underneath. But underneath all that chocolate, was the guilt that I had. I was overwhelmed. You couldn't have arthritis. You're too young to have arthritis. So that made me feel guilty, as well as everything else. And also, when you recover from having a baby, you sort of envisage yourself, being able to just fly around and do this, that, and the other. But for me, it was even difficult sometimes taking him out of the cot at night time to feed him. And the Calpol bottles were another battle altogether. I remember being on my own with a crying baby with the temperature and not being able to open the Calpol bottle, and I felt like flinging it against the wall. Everybody would have said to me then, even though underneath it all I had all these concerns about would I be able to have another child, etc., and people would have said, maybe have another baby and it'll go away. So I listened to that so many times that when I did have another baby, I got a shock because some of that did sink in. And so, just within days of giving birth 3.5 years later to my second child, to my daughter, I would have had very good pregnancy and everything else, but I would have had a really bad flare-up, like the power went out of my hands overnight and had difficulty lifting the baby, etc., etc. The treatment I was on at the time, I had gone off, obviously, the gold medication to start on the new treatments, back on the gold again after the baby was born. So this hugely affected my self-esteem. So underneath it all, even though I was keeping up a really brave face, my self-esteem wasn't so good. And then, like Geraldine said, lots of people would have been saying, oh, the drugs are worse than the disease, they'll do terrible damage to you and everything else. So, that was difficult. And then you were concerned about the RA gene. So this RA gene that came from my father's side, could I pass this on to my children? And I have to say, it was something I considered when we discussed, whether we'd have another child or not. I didn't want to pass it on to anybody else. I didn't want them to go through the horrendous pain, etc. So for the first decade, I was treated on the disease-modifying anti-rheumatoid drugs and anti-inflammatory medication, which I didn't like too well, and my stomach didn't like it. And in fact, I developed a duodenal ulcer. So they were given up after, the 10 years after I developed the duodenal ulcer. And I'm really pleased to say that I've coped very well without anti-inflammatories in the meantime. I would have been on steroids, so I had lots of intra-articular injections when I had knees full of fluid, that I could barely get out of the car, and Baker cysts would develop, etc., etc. And then during big flare-ups, then I was on steroid tablets. So as well as maybe limping around and having some changes in my hands, etc., I would have a nice big moon face and had to change into a slightly bigger size of clothes. So there's a bunch of photographs in our albums at home that I don't particularly like and I'd like to destroy. So the second decade then, so for 10 years I had a really brave face, and this optimist in me, stiff upper lip, didn't cry too much or anything like that. But when the first suggestion came that there was actually a lot of damage done to my joints, so like I say, I was covering up the amount of pain I was in, so there was gross damage to my wrists. I remember reading the x-ray results, gross damage to the wrists. And the first operation I had just removed the radial head. Then I had my elbow replaced when I was just 35 years of age. So it took 11 years for all that damage to be done. And that's a time when I really reached rock bottom, because I thought I was going to be 59.5 when I would need my first surgery. That's the kind of vision that I had. So I had my elbow replacement, and it was particularly difficult recovering from that, because some of you may know that if you're younger and you're having replacement surgery, it's harder for the surgeon to get it out of you, because obviously, your muscles and everything like that and tendons are all very strong, and it took him 5.5 hours to try and get the new elbow in, and the rehab was really difficult, and I hated being away from my children and in Harold's Cross trying to get this elbow moving again. Thankfully, it lasted 18 years, and I had a new one since. So during that time then, whilst having other surgeries done, like Boutonniere's correction, and had a fusion of a thumb on my left hand and so on, and knuckle replacements, 4 knuckle replacements on my right hand. But sadly, my brother was then diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. So of course, Mum said that's from Dad's side of the family. Okay, so on top of everything else, but it was great because I was able to understand, and our family knew about it. So this was timely, because Arthritis Ireland introduced a pilot education programme. It was a programme where you would learn how to improve your confidence. And I've just forgotten the name for a moment, what it was advertised as, but it was advertised in the magazine that if you paid €10, you could get on this pilot program. So it was the best €10 that I ever spent, because they said, if you do the pilot program, then we might train you as a leader. So in the 90s, that's what I did. I did the arthritis self-management program, and for me it was like I'm in this car, the red car that I love, the little sports car. So it was like the course was as if, for me, I pulled in that car, got hold of that interfering front seat passenger, put it into the back and gagged his mouth and everything else. But like a good driver, you always have to use your rear view mirror, and I could never forget that I had it. So it taught me to be more mindful about my disease. But what the course did for me was, it taught me how to understand my pain cycle and how to cope with it and how to break it, etc. So I wasn't being very nice to myself. You know, it was hard for me to open up jars and things like that, or hard for me to cut things. When I did the course, I had reached rock bottom. I'd reached a point where I didn't care less whether I lived or died. And so I went out and I bought my ergonomic knives and things like that. I was kinder to myself. So I met some lovely people, and every Christmas I exchange Christmas card with somebody that I did that program with. So this was really wonderful for me. So it made things an awful lot better for me, you know, and it gave me a focus. And then I started to train to deliver the program. And what actually happened with that was Arthritis Foundation at the time were trying to charge people about €45 to do the course, but I kind of kindly told them in the office that people couldn't afford that. So I approached the local HSE office and asked them for money, and they gave me a grant. And so we kept the grants going in Kildare, and to this day we still get that same grant rolls in every year from the same department in HSE to the Arthritis Ireland Kildare branch, which is wonderful. So I was allowed to continue that for a while, and really pleased when Arthritis Ireland made a decision to put it back on the agenda again. And one of my colleague friends, one of my patient partners, Mary Healy, had also trained as a self-management leader at the time. We persecuted everybody on the board until they brought it back, and Grania did a lot of the groundwork and then got the thing up and running again. So it was wonderful. Now, at the same time then, there was lots of more research had come along. So with that improved medication, it allowed us to put that interfering front seat passenger in the boot of the car. Okay? In the boot. So less obvious that there was something there, but you still had to be mindful what you had in the boot, okay? So what sort of an impact? So even though I'd learned new skills and everything else, this is the impact that it had. So here I am in the picture with two of my fellow RA people that I met through the helpline. We're on a little visit to Kildare Village there. They came down to visit me. But I would say that, you know, RA, one of the things it does, it kills the joy. It's a killjoy, and it's a time stealer, and it's a money robber. So, you know, it interrupts the whole family dynamic. So if you were the one doing the gardening, you know, you can no longer be that. You were the one maybe doing all the night feeds and everything else, you mightn't be able to do that. Or you have babysitters. I remember having to get a babysitter to come in and mind the baby while my husband was playing a football match, because my wrists were so bad that I couldn't actually lift him up. So a babysitter came in really to look after the baby while I was there. So that's some dynamic mess up, isn't it? You know, you'd have all the cancelled social occasions, robbing that joy, the fun you'd have of parenthood. And it's lovely to see occupational therapists like Yvonne Codd doing her PhD on this very subject, you know. You know, I wouldn't have gone to music festivals or concerts or things like that because I wouldn't be quite sure. I've never walked the Burren because my feet would be too sore and my knees would have been too full of fluid, etc., etc. You know, places that I felt I couldn't visit. I wouldn't have had the confidence to do it. I remember vividly dining out for special occasions and throbbing pain underneath the table in my feet or my knees, and then feeling conscious that when you'd get up, you might waddle away and somebody, what's wrong with you? Did you hurt yourself? Did you sprain yourself or whatever? You know, simple tasks become really hard work, and you might order something in a restaurant and realize, oh my God, I forgot that my jaw was so painful. I can't actually eat that, really. I can't get my mouth around that. I have to ask for a steak knife because I can't cut the chicken. Okay, so it really interrupts all of that. You know, you last the pace and then you suffer the next day, but I've learned that I do that. And in fact, I'm still keeping up and covering up. And, you know, this is one of the things I have to try and check myself with. You know, I'm still overdoing it. I'm still trying to prove that I'm okay. The money stealer, we could write lots about that. I was really privileged to have a salary protection scheme, which is why I give my voluntary time to Arthritis Ireland, because I've met so many people who haven't been able to work. I had to give up work within 4 years of being diagnosed, and but I was lucky that I had that, and I know so many people don't have. So there's a lot of time stolen from surgery. I did a presentation to somebody else, and I added up the number of months that there were, in rehab or getting rid of flares and things like that, okay? So this was me volunteering in the 30s. I would have, my daughter's in the middle there, would have made those butterfly, it was Butterfly Day, so it was a fundraising, and that was really good. What I've been doing as well, I've been lobbying on access issues. So, for example, there I am involved with Newbridge Access Group, and I would have got funding from local authority, from Kildare County Council, to have arthritis-friendly seating put in the town. So I think that's a really important area. The volunteering has been really important for me, because when you have to give up your job, you have a label on you, couldn't work anymore. So really volunteering has filled a huge void in my life. It's connected me to community. I have met some wonderful people. I've been able to have all sorts of lovely experiences, get involved in organising exercise programs. I didn't like being in Harold's Cross, but it was really helpful to me, and I loved all the therapists. I feel the walls in Harold's Cross understand. Everybody who walks in that door understands how devastating it can be. So we would organise with my Kildare colleagues over here, we have a good bunch of us here, we organise exercise activities. So that kind of peer support is really wonderful. It was a privilege to me when Professor Bresnan asked me to join the board of Arthritis Ireland. He treated me for over 20 years, and I am forever grateful to him for all his work, and for all the work that the rheumatology consultants and medical team do, and the research and everything else. So it's great to be a committee member and ambassador and everything else. So when the disease-modifying anti-rheumatoid drugs and biologics came along, it just meant I had less pain and swelling, fewer intra-articular injections, much better quality of life. In the third decade, here I am getting 2 knuckles replaced. So the reason I use this image is because it's like a boxing glove. It's a bloody battle, and it was like 4 decades of battle. So I was very proudly wearing that. At the same time, my mother was diagnosed with RA. So she still said my brother and myself got it from my father's side. She clearly got it from a fall the time she went away in the bridge weekend and slipped in the bath when she forgot to put the mat in. So she got it. She didn't pass it on to us, no. Okay, so the 4th decade, disease-modifying anti-rheumatoid drugs and biologics have given me a much improved quality of life the past while. Less pain, swelling, fewer injections, much better quality of life, much better exercise options. And I would have had, knuckles replaced, revision surgery on those, 4-foot reconstruction, revision elbow replacement, and so on. And that has really improved my quality of life, and even my choice of shoes that I can actually wear for the day. That's been great. So here's a nice image. There's my mother's hands. She lived until she was 91. She had rheumatoid for over 21 years, and she really benefited from the new medications. So look at her. They were about 88-year-old hands in comparison to mine. So a different decade, it makes a huge difference. So I have a son and a daughter. I've worried for so many years in case they developed anything, and I'm really pleased that they didn't. My daughter had her first child this year, and I was really pleased to see no RA emerging in the month after Zoe, my granddaughter, was born. They're my youngest nieces and nephews, and the reason I put that up in the slide is because I have 17 in all nieces and nephews, and I have about 10 grand nieces and nephews, and it would absolutely break my heart to see them or another one of my siblings developing rheumatoid arthritis. So really, this family legacy, this better future, I know I plagued you about it before as well, Jerry, all this research is so important. So finally, there's the car. What we can't forget is that even though the biologics are there, even though the combination therapies are working so well, that every now and again that little guy can, tap on the boot and the medication stops working. So it's up to us to get back to the rheumatologist, and that's where the helpline and all Peter's team come in about redirecting people back, that if they have these flares, you don't want any more of this permanent damage. So Arthritis Ireland has been a wonderful resource for me and so many others. I will have to thank all my family and friends who've tolerated all the time that I spend away from home volunteering, and my volunteer colleagues are really marvellous, and my peer support group is a huge importance to me. They understand all our trials and tribulations, and obviously the team, and of course I'm forever grateful to Professor Kate Lorrig that she took on that task of developing a self-management programme in 1979. Thank you. The trapdoor definitely doesn't work.
Well, come on over and sit down. I think you've definitely earned yourself a seat at this point. I'm sure you've been standing a long time, Claire. What can I say? I mean, this woman is just a true inspiration, and I've heard Claire. I've had the pleasure of hearing Claire tell her story a few times, and it never, I find it a very emotional experience, I have to say. So thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
And I think the first question here is so apt because I've got to know Claire so well over the years, and one of the things that always strikes me is, how does this woman stay so positive all of the time? Like, she's very much the glass is half full person, if I met a person. So the first question here is, how do you manage to stay so positive despite everything that you've gone through?
It's in my DNA, and I'd say my mother would have thought it was from her side of the family that I got that. So, it's in my DNA for a start, okay? So I am optimistic by nature. I reinforced during the self-management program, we teach people how to change negative thoughts into positive thoughts. So I'm not always, feeling positive and optimistic or whatever, but when I'm feeling, maybe not so confident about things or whatever, I let it out, I let it go. I have my peer support group to talk to about that, but I also feel it's not just the DNA, it's that I have met so many people in a much worse position. And through my voluntary work with Arthritis Ireland, I met people with much more severe disease than I did, with very poor outcomes. One lady that I tried to support with the branch for many years, was dead by the time she reached 50 because her general health was poor as well. She did smoke too, but she was unlucky to get infections, chronic infections, and so on. So I feel that I am blessed, for all that I have. And I think a bit like a clockwork mouse. The way clockwork mouse goes, and when I'm being positive and everything, I'm like it flying across the thing, and then every now and again it stops. So during that time, I think I sort of regenerated, whatever. I do have very good support from family and friends, and we can joke about it all and that sort of thing. And
you mentioned in your, that it's, your first part of that, your answer to that question was sort of, it's in your DNA. So for, some people do find it really hard to be positive. For those people who maybe are not necessarily there, it's not how they start out. They're not generally a positive person to start out with, because I think you would often say that you always try really hard to have a positive outlook. What would be your tips for somebody who's just not in that? They just find it really hard to, I suppose, to change their kind of attitude towards their particular situation.
Well, I suppose, I think, counselling may actually help with it, because like all those emotional feelings that Tim talked about in the beginning, that Peter talked about and everything else, there could be a lot of stuff in there that needs to be healed, emotional healing. And I'm very proud to say that we've 2 people who worked with me on the helpline who then went on and trained as counsellors, as professional counsellors. So I think, that's really important. So if somebody is feeling, and there can be so many things that can be negative, we could be, I always compare myself to other situations. If I was a person with rheumatoid left in Ukraine, I always think of people that are worse than myself. I think that can help, but also writing down the positive things, and that you're, we talk about a gratitude journal in self-management, you know, the important things to try really hard. And if at the end of the day you can't think of 3 things, you write the same thing down 3 times. One thing, and be grateful for that. But, you know, I think it does help to think of other people, but also what can actually help you and what can give you strength is reaching out to somebody else, opening up about your feelings, getting support, getting acknowledgement for how you might feel, how really horrible you might feel about having this, being true and honest. We like to do it in Kildare during our exercise programs, you know, while we're walking and stuff like that. We might talk about it. Or there's people who don't live near me that, you know, are my peer support as well. And, you know, we just talk, we're just acknowledging each other's feelings. That's all, validating. Validating how the person feels. Maybe that, but do the self-management program, and if it doesn't work the first time, wait 6 months and do it again. Ring Peter a lot in the meantime and talk to various people on the helpline, get them to listen to you, see if there's a therapist in the hospital who can help. Maybe you haven't availed. I availed of both private and public system. And it was actually my surgeon said to me, you know, you're very isolated in the private system. He said, I want you to come into a public clinic. I want you to meet I want you to meet the team. I want you to meet the occupational therapist and everything. I think he also wanted them to see my hands as well, because, you know, he wanted them to teach.
Teaching
Or
experience.
whatever, you know. But that has been a wonderful experience as well.
Yeah.
And like, it's my GP, I always think, you know, all the therapists that I had over the years, they were all the most important person in my life that week. Would say my GP was the really important person if I was having an issue that could be sorted by them. My rheumatologist is my go-to person. But there were other times when it was the occupational therapist was my champion, when the nurse was wonderful, you know, when the physio was wonderful, you know, when the counsellor, I would have got counselling when 10 years after, you know, when I first became really afraid about my disease, I would have gone for counselling. It really helped. The counsellor I went to knew nothing about arthritis, but he commented, oh, so I was actually after being in town and I'd bought ergonomic knives. So he said, so you're trying to be good to yourself for a change, he said. He commented on that, you know. So be kind to yourself as well. And we talk about, you know, you asked one thing that you could do is actually write down how you really feel. Don't let anybody see it if you don't want them to. If you do want them to see it, it's a therapist maybe that should see it, or your partner, your loved one, family, trusted, somebody trusted. But, you know, write down how you feel and then burn it or shred it.
Yeah. And I think that there's another question coming in here now. Probably be our final question before we break for lunch. But we sometimes look at arthritis. I mean, years ago it was probably a more visible disease in terms of the, you know, the destruction to the joints, particularly, for example, in relation to rheumatoid arthritis, etc. And now, sometimes with the new therapies, we don't see the same. You know, it's not maybe as visible as it was 30, 40 years ago. So did you find it difficult when people did not understand or could not see how much pain you were in?
Absolutely. Yeah, I did find that very difficult. And sometimes I would have voiced how I felt, but I think it's very sad to say that I was delighted when I saw changes in my hands. Delighted, pleased, bragged, proud of my hands. People used to say at the beginning, such and such, oh, your woman down the road has it, her hands are destroyed. And I remember thinking in my mind, I am not my hands, is the attitude I had way back in my 20s. I am not my hands, and I don't want to be seen for my hands. I'm not proud of my hands. The photographer had to guide me as to how I was going to hide my hand behind the cake when we were taking the pictures, you know. Would I wear crochet gloves at a wedding, for example, to cover them up? But I was actually delighted that people could then see and understand, because you can't see it, you know. And it's when people say, oh, well, you look well. Oh, Lord, but you look great. So in your mind, in the early stages, you begin to think, they don't believe me. They think I'm putting it on. They think I'm malingering. What I say to people now when they say that to me, when people tell them they look well, sometimes people can misinterpret it, which is what I did probably. And I say to them, take that as a compliment. What they're telling you is, you've turned yourself out well today. You've washed, you put on a bit of makeup, you put on your favourite colour, you know. So take that as a compliment or whatever. Yes, it's very difficult when people don't understand, but look sorry, Grania, I trained as a teacher and you told me it becomes obvious every now and again. But when they don't understand, they get it, they get an explanation.
Yes, they get a lesson.
And I can tell them about the research Professor Jordan McCarthy's doing, or that Jerry's doing, or that Doug Veal's doing, or whatever. And they hear all about rheumatology. Oh, by the way, when I was a student, I used to have to walk through James's Hospital when I stayed. And my sister was staying off the South Circular Road when I was in college. And I used to walk through James's. And there was a big building and it said rheumatology. And I said, God, I wonder what that is.
Yeah.
Sorry, and then it does help me as well that I see everything in cartoon images. So if somebody is, I think somebody's thinking that I actually have a cartoon image of how that looks.
I think everybody will be going away today with your cartoon image of hopefully of putting that little devil in the boot of the car and keeping it there. But
I have another one. I've done it I do it for the Access Group as well, and it's something I've enjoyed doing. I mean, home economics was about being creative, and that allowed me to do that in the community. So around disability issues, I had fun coordinated a project which is all about disability awareness in a schools poster. And one images I've just resurfaced. There's an exhibition in Newbridge Library at the moment, and I was going to stick it in the slide, but I was afraid Tara would be upset. But it actually says, it's an image of a woman grimacing. It's a black and white image. I'll send it to you. Geraldine, you'll get it, and Professor Jerry Wilson. But it says, I'm really happy to see you again, but too firm a handshake can cause me great pain.
Yeah.
I'll share it with you.
Yes.
At some stage.
It was one of the biggest lessons I learned when I was within my first few weeks in Arthritis Ireland, and I met a member from our volunteer network, and he actually did put out his hand. And you know, when you meet somebody for the first time and you want to shake their hand, and I shook his hand, and he let out this huge roar, and I've never forgotten it. So I would be really careful when I meet somebody with arthritis. That was my early days. Thank you so much, Claire. Claire has put a huge amount of work into her presentation, as you would have seen this morning. Thank you so much for sharing your story. You really are just inspirational. So thank you. We are going to take a break now for lunch, and for those of you joining us online, we'll see you back at 2 o'clock for the next part of our day's events of celebrations. So those of you in the room, what we're going to do now is break for lunch. The buffet is down the corridor here to the left. It's a buffet. There are 2 stations. The Arthritis Ireland team will be on hand as well. So if anybody's not comfortable, lining up in the buffet, please take a seat and we'll bring food to your table. So please let us do that. And then we kindly ask you to be back at your seats here at 2 o'clock for the next part. Well, let me see. 2:10. We'll give you the extra 10 minutes. We can't deprive people of lunch. So 2:10. Is that okay? We'll start again after lunch, okay? So thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a lovely lunch, and lunch also for people watching at home as well. So we're now going to move on to our second panel discussion of the day. Delighted to welcome Professor Jerry Wilson and Professor Ursula Fearon, our two chairs of rheumatology. So first of all, if I can just introduce yourself, Jerry. So Professor Jerry Wilson was first appointed as the Arthritis Ireland Chair of Rheumatology in UCD in 2013. Jerry's also a practicing consultant rheumatologist as well. And then we have Professor Ursula Fearon, who was appointed to the Chair of Rheumatology, Molecular Rheumatology in Trinity in 2015. So you're both very, very welcome. Delighted that you could join us here on our important 40th anniversary celebration. So Jerry, if I can maybe turn to you first. Look, it was a long-term goal of Arthritis Ireland to invest in infrastructure, in research in rheumatology, and to recognise the important role that research plays in, transforming the lives of people with arthritis. Can you tell us more about how the establishment of the chairs of rheumatology with Arthritis Ireland has assisted the progress of research regarding arthritis?
Yeah, well, thank you, and thanks to Arthritis Ireland for the support, actually, in developing it. And people have probably heard me saying, a lot of people have heard me saying, one of the great things about rheumatology in Ireland, and it has been published, that we're coming from a very strong base, and that was before the chairs were created. Ireland was actually the top country in the world in terms of quality of research, published research. So there are many ways of judging the quality of research, and one of the best ways is how many times what you publish is quoted by your peers. And Ireland, actually, it was a survey of 35 richest countries in the world, and they looked at the metric of rheumatology publications in these 35 countries and how many times a paper in rheumatology was quoted by peers across the world. And Ireland actually was way ahead of any country. The metric was 47 for any paper published between, I think it was 1995 and 2010. And the next country was the Netherlands, Holland, which is a great country for research, and it was 40. And then I think Belgium was 39. It was just amazing to see the excellence. So we were, Arthritis Ireland, I think, has just really developed and built upon that excellence that was there from all of the researchers who were, both basic scientists and clinical. And there weren't any sort of clinical academic positions there, but it was clinicians. And one of the things I noticed coming from the NHS, so I was in Sheffield for a long time, is that there's much more sort of interest, I think, among virtually every consultant I would work with in doing research. So they've all been away and worked either in Britain or particularly in the States. And they've got a very good research training. They've generally done MDs or PhDs. And then they come back and they're keen to pursue their interest in rheumatology. And so most of the consultants across the country are very good at that. I was just down in Limerick yesterday, actually. I was giving a talk, and that was due to the fact that the clinicians down there had, discovered some families with particular form of inflammation, inflammatory disease called Behçet's, which, and they contacted me because they had an interest in research, and we've taken that forward and got, grants and some nice findings from that. So what I think the chairs do is builds on a very strong research background and research interest. And it's really important to build the infrastructure. And I think from Ursula and myself, the perspective is particularly we want to train the next generation of researchers and to try to help Arthritis Ireland pump prime key areas of research, areas that are not particularly researched. That would be great. There's so much interest and expertise across the country in lots of things, and we'll probably come on to the research prioritization exercise that Arthritis Ireland performed, looking at areas of research that people across the country want us to, or Arthritis Ireland, to take an interest in. But it's really, if we can pump prime those areas, that will further build strength of rheumatology research across the country.
Okay. And can you tell us maybe a little bit about, the recent developments in your area, in your area of research, since you became the chair of rheumatology, and obviously you can maybe tell the audience about Mashir and all of that, and how that might impact, upon patient outcomes in future years.
Yeah. So, so what my sort of key interest has always sort of been genetics and trying to understand. So genetics is important so it's in rheumatoid. So it's not just about who gets the condition, but it's who gets severe rheumatoid. So who gets the persistent type of rheumatoid, and who gets X-ray damage to the hands and feet. There's an allied condition which is a similar genetic background, type 1 diabetes. So that's autoimmune as well, where the immune system breaks down and you develop immunity against self-constituents. So in type 1 diabetes, patients present when the immune attack has destroyed all of the insulin-secreting beta cells. So by that stage, you've missed the boat. Whereas in rheumatoid, generally patients present with very little or no joint damage. And so one of the questions there is, how can you identify who's going to develop severe forms of rheumatoid? There are a few things that we do clinically, like if the antibodies are positive in the blood, and high level of inflammation in the blood. But we don't know, they're not highly predictive. So I've been using genetics to see if we can predict and find genes and proteins that make things worse. And we've been successful in identifying a few novel proteins, or genes, that minor variants in them are associated with more severe damage. And Arthritis Ireland funded some of the work on a particular gene that we discovered that way. And the other thing is using the new genetics. So the technology for genetics is just amazing compared to when I was an ARC fellow, arthritis research, and I did a PhD in Sheffield in the early 90s, and I spent 18 months. My first 18 months, I sequenced 1,000 bases of DNA in 10 people in the TNF gene looking for genetics. And now I send off samples of blood on patients, and I get it done commercially, where they sequence every one of the 21,000 genes, and they'll send back the results within 3 to 4 weeks. And then it's funny how medicine has changed, research has changed. You get this ton of data, and then it's a needle in a haystack, because we're all full of genetic variants. And if I do take your DNA and sequence your 21,000 genes, I'll find 40,000 variants from the reference human gene. And then we have to work out which of the one is the disease causing change.
Small job.
So it's like a lot of medicine. These days we generate so much data that certainly where I work, and I'm sure the sort of buildings are full of mathematicians and people. A lot of them are engineers who come out, and they're great with data, and they're great with writing their programs to analyze and look for these needles in that big haystack of data.
Yeah. And actually that leads nicely on to my next question for Ursula, which is that, you work in the field of translational research. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that actually means, and why, the interpretation of data in relation to patients is so important?
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really important. And actually the word translational research gets thrown around a bit. A lot of scientists and clinicians talk about doing translational research, but actually translational research, the term that used to be used for it is bench to bedside, but really it's a full circle. It should be bedside to bench to bedside. So everything we do, a lot of my work is based on trying to find, similar to Jerry, protein and genes that predict disease onset, predict response to treatment or predict response to a certain treatment, so you get the right treatment the very first time. But when we measure a protein in the lab and it's high, we have to kind of go back and see, well, what was different about that patient? Because we could measure a protein and we get this, some patients have really high levels of the protein, some patients have moderate levels, and some are the same as healthy controls. So a lot of what I do is trying to figure out what's different about the patients that have really high levels versus the patients that have really low levels. And how we try to interpret that is that we go back to the clinician and ask them, well, what was the clinical status of this patient? Had they very high disease activity when they came in to the clinic? And then what we do is we follow. So while we measure the proteins and genes on day one, sometimes we have to wait a year to actually interpret the data, because we follow the patient to see whether the patient responded to their treatment. And what we do is, can we figure out with the protein that we measured the very first day you came into the clinic, can that predict whether you're going to respond to a treatment or you're not going to respond to a treatment? And then when we find out who responded and who didn't respond, we go back to the baseline data and say, well, is there something different in those proteins that will tell us on day one that that patient shouldn't be put on this drug because they're never going to respond to it? So actually what we do in the lab is really important, and the patients are really important. I can't do anything in the lab without the patients. I get blood and I get tissue samples from patients, but I can't interpret any of the data that I get in the lab unless we have the patients involved and we have the clinicians involved. So it's a full circle. It's the patient coming in to meet the clinician. They go through their routine clinical assessments, and if they want to get involved in research, they consent to be involved in research, and then I get blood and tissue samples. But everything I do with that is then interpreted straight back to that patient. So that's what we mean by translational research. But a lot of where it stops is where the basic scientist or even the clinician measure a protein and gene and just say it's high in the patient, but actually don't go back to the individual patient. And it's coming back to Jerry's point that we're all individually different. So sometimes it is like searching for a needle in a haystack, but it's so important. And it comes to personalised medicine as well.
Yeah, and that's where my next question is going. In that, much of your research focuses on understanding, the underlying mechanisms that drive these diseases, and and what treatments will work. Ultimately, it's about what treatments will work for different patients.
Yeah.
Can you tell us just a little bit more about how research is helping us to understand how patients will respond to the treatments that are prescribed? Because we know that, look, it's been the last 20 years or 25 years, it's, particularly in relation to inflammatory arthritis, there's been a real revolution in terms of treatments available. But it's about that next step in terms of how...
So actually, if I go back, you've led me into, so I go back 20 years. So 20 years ago, 25 years ago, the treatments for patients, so I work on rheumatoid arthritis and psoriatic arthritis, and the treatments were pretty poor, and the prognosis was pretty poor. But then researchers in the Kennedy Institute in Oxford, well, they're in Oxford now, they were in London then, they started to take biopsies from patients, and that's the nearest you can get to actually putting a drug, rather than putting a drug into a patient, putting it into the tissue that you get, because that reflects the patient. So if you get a biopsy from a patient, it's the nearest you're going to get to what the inflammation is inside in the patient. So they actually put this drug, an inhibitor against a molecule called anti-TNF, which I suspect a lot of you have either been on or are at the moment. And so they used the patient's tissue to identify that that protein could be blocked. And that basically revolutionized the whole, field for treatment of inflammatory arthritis. So I suppose I split what I do into three aspects. One aspect is that we look at patients that don't respond to any treatment. And so we do get biopsies from those patients, and we do an awful lot of work with industry, and we test an awful lot of inhibitors in the lab in these biopsies of patients that aren't responding, because we're trying to find new therapeutic targets. So that's one aspect of what we're doing. Then the second aspect, which are kind of the holy grails really, is trying to predict disease onset and trying to predict who will respond to treatment. So a lot of work we're doing at the moment is we're looking at subjects. Individuals haven't developed actually inflammatory arthritis, but they do have these autoantibodies in their blood. So these autoantibodies in their blood suggest that they're at risk of developing RA. So what we have now is we found a signature of a specific immune cell in the blood of these patients, and it's actually, so if you measure the signature, rheumatoid patients are up here, healthy controls are down here, but these subjects that actually haven't developed any clinical signs of inflammation, the gene signature is already up. It's not as high as rheumatoid, but it's up in the blood, and those cells haven't tracked to the joint yet. So what we're trying to do is try and intervene at that early stage before disease onset happens. So we've found that signature at the moment, and we're utilizing that signature with a lot of computational analysis, mathematics, and doing machine learning to try and predict what patients are doing.
And that group there, if I may just follow on, that group in the middle that haven't developed the clinical signs yet, am I right in thinking that that group of patients, though, they will develop? Do you know that?
Well, we know 60% of them have already. So the group that we're following at the moment, 60% of them have developed, but actually they've developed it a lot. We've delayed the disease onset, and actually the disease has actually been much milder. But again, we still don't know what treatment. So a lot of them, there's the ethics question, as you know. There's the ethics question: do you give a drug to somebody that doesn't have a disease and might never get the disease? Okay. So that's the question. That's that happens in breast cancer as well. So with us at the moment, with those patients, I'm not a clinician, so the clinicians I work with, give the patient the option whether they want to go on to early treatment, and if they don't, when they start to get the first signs of actually early arthritis, then they will go on treatment. And we all know the earlier you treat patients, the better their outcomes are. And I suppose just if you get into kind of more personalized medicine, we do know these autoantibodies in the blood are a sign that they're produced by a particular cell called a B cell. And so for patients with rheumatoid arthritis at the moment in Ireland, generally you're put on methotrexate, and if you fail that, you're put on an anti-TNF. If you fail that, you're put on other treatments. But we know that certain patients should be put on a B cell treatment from the beginning. So we have some data now, again, in the blood and in the tissue of patients to suggest that actually those patients shouldn't go on methotrexate or anti-TNF initially. They should only go on rituximab, which is a B cell target. So we're getting that information because we're able to do much more analysis of the blood and the tissue from patients.
And in terms of what you just said there, in terms of some patients that they will respond to maybe a therapy other than an anti-TNF, which would traditionally be the first biologic. Is that actually happening in practice then, in terms of clinics? Would clinicians be identifying that?
Jerry might answer this more than me, but actually I know, so we do biopsy studies. So the way the pattern of these cells, they make a certain pattern in the tissue of patients. So we know when they make that pattern that they're more likely to respond to rituximab. So from the research clinical point of view, we are doing that. So the clinicians in the research are actually, if we see that pattern, Professor Veal, who, as you know, who I work with, actually, who's also married to me, actually, when we see that pattern of B cells, we actually will give those patients rituximab first.
Okay, thank you. Jerry, back to you. So moving on to sort of the patient involvement in research, can you talk to me a little bit about how important it is to involve patients in research to improve outcomes and advances in treatment?
Well, if you're doing translational research, it has to involve the patients. The important thing, in the NHS, when I was in Sheffield, every patient was really expected to be offered attending the hospital in any specialty, was expected to be offered into research. Now, that happens with cancer studies. Most patients with cancers end up going on to studies, or 40 or 50%. We try, to do that. It's resource intensive. But the main thing is we've been talking about personalized medicine, is to understand each individual patient as much as you can, and to get a detailed history from them about their, lots of things about their, age, sex, whatever, drug history, comorbidities, smoking, everything, an examination, and record those. And then to link that up with, in our case, molecular cellular studies, to see if you can split the patients up dependent on what we've been discussing, antibodies or genetics or whatever. So that's what we're trying to do. So patient-based research is key, and it's about really getting as much information as you can. And the more you can do, the more you can study, the better it is. I about 15 years ago, collected 1,000 patients when I was working in Sheffield, and I got a radiologist to read their X-ray, and we scored the X-rays of the hands and feet. And it was they got a metric from 0, which everything was normal, to 160, where all 32 joints of the hands and feet were completely destroyed, and there was no cartilage, and there was erosions on both sides, so they had really severe rheumatoid. And then we were able to start to look at things that were associated with severe damage. So if you have both antibodies in the blood, rheumatoid factor and CCP, they had the most severe X-ray damage. And if you had just one of those and you were negative for the other, you had intermediate levels. And if you're doubly negative, it's much less severe, the rheumatoid. And then we went on to look at, genetic studies. So having patients involved in research and, getting time for research is key. It's interesting. I do a lot of genetics, and in Britain, everyone was skeptical of this. You've maybe heard of the UK Biobank. Have you heard of that? Where they've done this amazing study. They've now recruited 500,000 people to this amazing study. So the patients, they're mostly just, they're not specifically patients or population. That's always a risk that you're going to get people who are interested in not. But anyway, they've recruited 500,000 people, and they come in, and on day one, they spend 8 hours filling in questionnaires and being examined. And then amazingly now, they've completed the sequencing of all of their genes. And so for some of our studies now, there's Dara O'Leary, who works with myself, and Orla, who's here. She's now using that data to search for genetic variants, and then comparing them to patients we've recruited in Ireland to see if there's a difference, or just to validate what we're doing. But that just shows you how important it is to get detail of patients. These patients are, this has been billions of pounds at the Wellcome Trust, and the NHS has invested, and it's 500,000 people. And, I say it's 8 hours on the first day of recruitment of getting full details of the patients, of their histories, social histories, medical history, family history, et cetera, et cetera. The reason we were all skeptical in this is because, I see patients, I'll frequently ask about previous medical history, and I'll say, what about hearts? And people say, yeah, I've had a heart problem, I've a heart disease, and you'll ask about it, and it was a bit of chest pain, which is muscular, and it's not really, And so that the gold standard might be to do an arteriogram of the heart and to see if there's a blockage, but you can't do that for 500,000. So you get relatively soft data, and a lot of people were, and I was as well, thinking, that you get soft data on patients, it's not that useful, but it actually has proved to be. If you do it in enough patients, you can get over that weakness to such an extent. And so that's a great example of, it's just not what we were doing 10 years ago. It was just saying we'll collect 1,000 patients with rheumatoid arthritis. It's, what you're doing is getting 1,000 patients, but in getting patients involved and getting their full histories and getting their tissue and, and biopsies and whatever, bloods, and using that, and it's linking those two. Yeah. And that's proving very productive, not just it's for all conditions.
I mean, in terms of you mentioned the last sort of 10 years or so. I mean, one of the other things that's, in relation to patient research is the actual involvement of patients in research. So in terms of PPI, so people will sometimes hear that word PPI, patient and public involvement in research. Can you tell me a little bit about what that means and how that features in the work you're doing in UCD?
Yeah, so I know Trinity does as well. So we had our PPI conference this week, and just patients and the public, and we had speakers from Ireland and England speaking on the patients decide and the public decide what the topic. Last year it was on new treatments, which included prosthetic joints in the thumb, for example. It's quite unusually, but this year it was on non-typical involvements, non-typical organ involvement in rheumatic conditions, so eyes, feet, heart, lungs, and that's what the patients and the public asked us to do. So that's one thing we do. And the other thing is when we're writing, when we're doing research now, we all have patient panels, and patients have to really be involved from initiation of the study to, we talk to our patients and the public. We have panels now about any research areas to develop what are the key research area, and we've done this for Arthritis Ireland, but patients should be involved at the inception of studies and writing grants. So patients are involved in writing grants, particularly lay summaries are very important and very difficult. I used to, AR UK had a 1,500 word lay summary, and I found it the most difficult thing to write in a grant. And we get our patients to help us to write those. And then we've just got HRB grants, and there are patient panels involved in reviewing progress of our grants. Every 3 months, we give them show the data, and they will review the data and give us their opinion on it. And once a year, they meet with all the PIs in the grant. And then at the end, they're important in dissemination. Where do we publish, and how can we get this out in the community, the results of our research. So it's involvement at every level. It's really developed over the last 15 years. So now it's a key thing in doing research. You cannot submit a grant now without actually, and it's not just when you're submitting it, it's a nominal thing. It has to be from time zero.
Okay.
I put a point to Claire there as well, because Claire has been great from that point of view, and she has actually edited some of my abstracts as well, but also myself and Claire have spoken at some PPI things together. And I think the important, I think the important thing about it also is that, particularly from my side, where I have a lot of young scientists, and they're in the lab. They never meet we're never allowed to meet the patients from a GDPR point of view, but also from the point of view that you probably don't want to meet me because I either want blood or tissue, But in general, they don't get to hear the patient's story, and so sometimes they really need to understand the impact of the disease, and that makes them more passionate. I know Claire, and I keep pointing at you, Claire, but Claire spoke at the translational research meeting in St. Vincent's before Christmas, and it was the two of us in the patient section, and all my lab just loved Claire afterwards because they said it really brought home to them, the impact of the disease, and more so from 20 years ago, because I think they're all in an environment now where we've had all these therapies. So I think it's both ways, and it's really important.
Yeah. And we'll actually have Claire's, after today's event, we will have Claire's talk that she gave earlier this morning available for everybody to watch. So lots of opportunities there to share that as well. Actually, just when you mentioned there about the lab and whatever, that's obviously where a lot of your work takes place. Can you tell us a little bit about that? I mean, in terms of the types of procedures that you undertake in your research in order to progress what you do.
Okay, so I kind of talked about it a little bit earlier on. So actually, I'll just say, a bit like what Jerry said at the beginning, that actually the support to create these two chairs has been phenomenal for Ireland. And actually, I'm the only basic scientist, chair in Ireland in rheumatology. And so when I moved to Trinity, it was basically tumbleweed in the lab. I'd no equipment, I'd no people, I didn't have anything. And so they supported me, but also the funding from Arthritis Ireland also supported some key people in the lab and some key, equipment in the lab. So from that point of view, it really helped me start the lab. But so going back really to what I said 2 questions ago, the 3 areas that we work on is trying to predict disease onset, predict what therapy will respond to, and coming up with new therapeutic strategies. So generally on a Monday, there's a research clinic where I get all my samples from, and patients either come to the research clinic to give bloods, or they undergo a mini arthroscopy. So it's a keyhole surgery where they're awake, it's local anesthetic, and actually I've heard stories from the last 2 weeks where the patients were thrilled because they could actually see, they were awake, they could see actually inside their joint, they could see, well, maybe they weren't thrilled to see their synovium and their inflammation, but they actually, for themselves, could see actually what's happening inside their joint. And they actually could also see the clinician taking the biopsy from inside their joint. So that's really important from that point of view as well. But so I get biopsies, and there's, it's got quite complicated because, as Jerry's saying, we've got all this technology now. So if I was sitting here 20 years ago, I would have said there's maybe 10 important cell types in the joint. So we've just done the first single cell analysis of RA and PSA in the tissue. And like the initial analysis is looking at, we have 75 different cells interacting, bad cells, interacting with each other in the joint. And they're all producing thousands of proteins, so bad proteins. So I'm amazed sometimes that we've even found the 5 or 6 really good therapies that work because the joint microenvironment is so complicated. So a lot of my work is to try and figure out what's happening in the joint, because that's where all the inflammation is happening. So I take the biopsies, we look at the cells, we try to categorize, is there differences between the patients and the cells that are involved? And some patients would have an awful lot more what we call T cells, and they should go on a drug called abatacept. Some might have a lot more B cells, and they will go on a specific drug that targets B cells. And some might, produce other proteins, and we have those targets as well. So I'm trying to understand what's happening in the joint, but very few clinics, as Jerry will tell you, very few clinics do a biopsy as a routine test for patients, and just economically we couldn't do it. So if we understand the joints, what we really want to do then is to see, can we get a blood correlate, that's something in the blood that correlates with what you're seeing in the joint, and that could be used routinely in the clinic as a biomarker. So essentially we're trying to understand the joints so we can develop better biomarkers to predict disease and response, but also from the joint point of view, I'm also trying to find new therapeutic targets. So that's, in a nutshell,
you've explained it really well. Yeah, no, thank you, because I know it is complicated. So as a non-scientist, I fully understand what you're talking about. Thank you for that. Of course, a lot of the conversation we've had so far is about inflammatory arthritis, and I know that that's where both of your specialisation is. And there's been huge developments which we've spoken about today already in the treatment of inflammatory arthritis. That sort of development hasn't happened in relation to osteoarthritis, and I know we couldn't not discuss that today, and we did touch a little bit on it this morning. But obviously, for people here in the room and for people watching, there will be many people with osteoarthritis, and we haven't seen that kind of level of progress. From a research perspective, can you explain a little bit, about why that is and maybe what the future might hold? I mean, Geraldine touched on it this morning, but I just wanted to ask you for your opinion on it as well.
I think part of the problem is osteoarthritis is such a heterogeneous condition. I mean, so...
and can you explain what you mean by that just as well?
Yeah, that's right. So, I see patterns of osteoarthritis. So knee osteoarthritis is related frequently to a number of things. Injuries to the ligaments or the meniscal lesions that happen maybe in sports people. It's being overweight is another issue. Genetics, but it seems that the genetics is different in different joints, which is interesting. The one I find a lot of in the hand, which is very strongly genetic, is hand osteoarthritis. At the base of the thumbs here and here, and then I always ask the patients to take off the shoes, because virtually always it affects the first MTP joints, and then there's increased risk for here and here. But one thing is it's very different in every patient. It's not like rheumatoid, which is generally the small joints of the hands come on and they're antibody positive, and it. Osteoarthritis, as Geraldine says, also takes ages to develop. And the other thing regarding drug treatment is it takes a long time probably to see an effect from a drug. Because in rheumatoid, the European Medicines Agency, which regulates drugs for rheumatoid, for a new drug to come on the market, they have predefined metrics. So that there has to be a phase 3 study that lasts for 6 months with a new agent, and you have to show a particular inflammation, swelling, inflammation in the blood goes down, and also that X-rays of the hands and feet are altered, so they're reduced in patients on the drug as opposed to patients just on methotrexate. And so that is But for osteoarthritis to see a significant change in a phase 3 drug study may take 5 years. And that's an awful lot of money for a drug company, although I think the market's there. And that's one of the big things that really limits it. It's such a, you would have to predefine your what type of osteoarthritis, what distribution, which joints, which patients, which risk factors. And then you'd have to do a long-term study, and it's very difficult. And the converse of that is, or it's really quite similar in lupus, which is an autoimmune condition that we see as well. That, again, is very heterogeneous. It can affect different organs in different patients. And because I do drug regulatory work, and the regulators find it very difficult to be sure when they look at the results of a phase 3 that the control group and the patient group are actually in any way similar, because it's a really difficult thing to do, whereas rheumatoid is relatively straightforward as a condition for drug studies, because we know, it looks fairly similar. But so a lot of things. So those are things that drive osteoarthritis and the difficulty in finding new treatments. I mean, with the basic thing about osteoarthritis, is it the cartilage? Where's the primary pathology? Is it in the cartilage? Is it in the bone? And frequently it's inflammation as well. Certainly in early osteoarthritis, there's a lot of inflammation, and that's probably the immune system seeing breakdown products of the cartilage, but it may actually be driven initially by inflammation. So, some people we say have inflammatory osteoarthritis, and they come in and their hands are really inflamed and their joints are very, and it's multiple. It's just that the joint distribution is different from rheumatoid. And so it can be very inflammatory. So even the pathological basis, what actually causes it, where the primary abnormality is in osteoarthritis, is debated.
Yeah, I think what Jerry said there, one of the real difficulties with it is that actually it presents very late stage. It actually presents when the cartilage is broken down, when your bones are rubbing together, and actually your first idea that your joint is broken down is that you get pain, but the pain comes after the cartilage is gone. So, we're not getting it at an early stage, and it has been really, really difficult. There was one start just back from ACR to the American Congress of Rheumatology, and there was one study there targeting rank ligand, which is produced by cells that break down bone, and actually it's looking pretty good. It's for a small study, it had efficacy in it. So actually, I think it was phase 2, but actually it was looking pretty good for small joints in the hand. And then there's a bit of a revisit towards anti-IL-1, a slight revisit, because anti-IL-1 we thought was going to be great for rheumatoid, we thought was going to be great for osteo, it didn't work. And then they actually did a huge study, Novartis did a huge study, wasn't it Novartis? Is it?
Amgen, they've taken over.
Huge study in cardiovascular disease, and it had a fantastic result, and it was thousands and thousands of patients. But then they actually did a sub-analysis, a long-term sub-analysis, and they found in a subgroup of OA patients, a specific group, that actually it seemed to work on those patients. They had less joint replacements. So that might be revisited, but it's coming back a bit to this subgroups and personalised medicine and what works for who.
Sure, okay. And I'm going to ask you my last question as well, Ursula, and that's kind of like I'm asking you to take out your crystal ball now. And, look, the question I have for you is, what do you think we might be looking at in the next decade or even in the next 20 years? I'm not sure. I know, research takes a huge amount of time, but in terms of what that might mean or what you would hope it would mean for a patient's prognosis.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, and I think this kind of sums up what we've both talked about, ideally, I show this, sometimes when I give talks, I show this slide at the very end. Some of you might have been at one of my talks before, where there's a patient sitting on, the hospital bed, and they literally have a barcode on their arm. And ideally what we'd like, I wouldn't particularly like to put a barcode on you all, but ideally what we'd like is that we can actually just do a little genetic profile on you or a little blood sample on you, and we would be able to identify a signature that would tell us on the very first day that you will respond to a certain treatment, and that we have treatments for everybody that actually work. And again, the technology we have at the moment is so big and vast that it's basically going to now split into four sets of groups that need to be involved: the patients, the clinicians, the basic scientists, and the computational mathematicians. But I think over the next 10 years, we're going to find out so much about these diseases that I really hope that actually we will find that blood correlate that will actually tell us, and I think tell us as early as possible, pre-disease, that actually patients might be, at risk of developing disease.
Okay.
I don't know whether you have anything to add to that.
It's very hard to predict. It's like asking an economist what GDP is going to be like in 5 years, and you get 10 economists who will give you different. It's very hard to know. But translational research and I think rheumatology, apart from cancer, rheumatology has been the area of medicine that has been really impacted by all of these technologies and drug development, and it still is, and it's still driving a lot of things. Rheumatology is at the forefront. I don't know if it's just our conditions, and particularly rheumatoid, that has allowed people really to dissect, and actually animal models as well, TNF and IL-1 really showed us that they were the things that were driving inflammatory arthritis, and it's proved very, exceptional. It's very hard because things are moving so quickly now to say where we'll be in 5 or 10 years. So we'll wait and see. But
I think you've aptly answered it in terms of where you hope where things are going, and you hope that. I think that's a real gives people that kind of real hope that are watching and listening here today. So thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to lots of exciting new developments. From UCD and Trinity, and indeed from all of the other rheumatology research that's happening in Ireland. So it just remains for me to thank you both so much for coming here today. It's been really, really great to have you as part of the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
And thanks Arthritis Ireland for their support over the years. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Okay, we're into our final part of the day, and I'm delighted to welcome our final speaker today to the stage. Delighted to welcome our president, John O'Flynn, who has some final parting words for us today. So welcome, John.
No need to test. Obviously, we know this works. Good afternoon, everybody. We've heard the word milestone used a few times today, and this year of 2022, I have my own particular milestone, is that I celebrated an 80th birthday there a few months back. Now, that brought some pluses and some minuses, right? The minus being that the memory is not as sharp as it used to be. But maybe is Ursula still around? She can give me a barcode and jazz me up on that one. But that's the bad news. But the less bad news is I have my notes anyway, so we can work off those. And the good news is the 80th birthday brought lots of birthday parties, and maybe I understand the promise of 1 or 2 more. So that's all by way of introduction. So that I have rheumatoid arthritis, have had it for the last 20 odd years. But thanks be to God, it doesn't bother me. No, that's the preamble to the speech, right? Firstly, I would like to thank all our speakers today. Their contributions were most interesting, I felt, right? We appreciate you giving so generously of your time and providing such valuable insights into your work and experience, and sharing those. Sometimes I've felt over the years there's a void between what the experts, the consultants know, and what the poor patients know, but I think that gap has been breached at this stage. So thank you very much for that. As President of Arthritis Ireland, I'm honoured to be here today and to represent an organisation with such a wonderful community. Arthritis Ireland is not just an organisation. For many of us, it's a way of life, a way to socialise. I like that bit. It's a way to socialise with and gain support from colleagues who are affected by arthritis. It's also an opportunity to give back to those who have helped us in our time of need and to help those who are on their journey with arthritis. In other words, it doesn't have to be always doom and gloom and pains, because social life is all right too. As a community, we have lived through many difficulties, challenges, and wonderful moments, right? And we have done all of this together. We have supported, represented, and been an integral part of the arthritis community for 4 decades. And curiously enough, the day the Arthritis Ireland was incorporated, one of the signatories to that particular document was Margaret Downs. Name mightn't mean anything to you people here now, but Margaret Downs actually was my boss. I worked in Coopers and Lybrand then. Margaret Downs is a chartered accountant, and I feel now that I'm following, I was going to say in my father's footsteps, but in her footsteps anyhow. So that's my connection going back 40 years ago to, I've worked in, for those that know Dublin, Wilton House in Fitzwilton Place. I was there 40 years ago. Didn't know she was doing that then, but neither did I know I was getting arthritis, did I? So, having been involved with Arthritis Ireland for the best part of 20 years, I've seen many changes. In these recent past, we've faced the challenge of COVID-19. As an organisation, we doubled down on our efforts to ensure that we responded to the needs of those for whom the lockdown was having a devastating impact, moving many of our services online. None of our achievements would have been possible without the dedication of our members, our branch committee members, volunteers, helpline volunteers, course leaders, who work so hard to make a difference in the lives of people living with arthritis. We thank our board of directors and our donors and everybody who has supported our work in any way by making donations, engaging in fundraising activities, and raising awareness about who we are and what we do. Without your support, our work would not be possible. To our sponsors, thank you for making today's event a reality. I would also like to take this opportunity, now that I have everybody listening to me, it looks like it, seriously, this opportunity I want to thank our Chief Executive, Gráinne O'Leary, and the team at Arthritis Ireland for their commitment and dedication. I would also like to extend this thank to former staff, and I would have known a number of former staff because I've been in and out of those offices over there for the last 20 years, nearly as long as Gráinne, and it's great, to have known those people and see some of them around there today. It's great to have known them and to have worked with them. Thank you all for attending today and for contributing to the discussions and making the day such a successful and productive one. Final comment. Wish you all a pleasant evening and safe journey home. And that's the end of me. I'm out of memory.
Good on you. Oh, thank you. Thanks very much, John, for that closing address. Much appreciated. And on that note, I'm going to close today's wonderful event. I'd like to thank everybody for coming here physically today and for everybody that's watching online as well, for your participation. It's been a real pleasure, particularly after a few years of not being able to meet. It's just been wonderful to have so many of you in the room, and also to know that there are so many people watching online as well. I'd again like to just thank all of our sponsors here today. We wouldn't have been able to put on this special event without your support. Also to thank our speakers who gave so generously of their time. And now for the people left in the room, I'd like you to maybe join me in the buffet area for a slice of our anniversary cake. So you're very welcome. And just to say, the last kind of housekeeping reminder is just don't forget your bags, coats, all the bits and bobs that are on the chair. So, and we look forward to seeing you again really, really soon. But we look forward to seeing you in the buffet just now, okay? So please come down and join for cake, okay? Thank you. Bye-bye.